Hey folks, it's a first alert day. Doppler Dave here. I'm here with Kevin Selly. We're kind of holding down the fort. We're going to be running the studio operations. We'll be the ones doing the TV cut-ins, doing the radar updates and everything. Of course, we do have a couple of units that are out in the field also, so we'll be going back and forth to kind of see what's happening out there. Just know that it's a continuous stream. You found us. Let your friends, your family, your neighbors know that we'll be doing continuous coverage. We expect most of the area to be impacted in some way by severe weather today. So half the battle is just knowing, what's going on out there, and that's what we will be doing. So let's do a quick, just kind of overview. Kevin, you can be kind of running radar here and stuff, and
Start wide here.
let us know what we got so far.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, well, we do have, first of all, a tornado watch for the south, a severe thunderstorm watch for Amarillo and other parts of the area. A couple of warnings down there. Here's the watches, that yellow, let's say from about Clovis, Tulia, Childress southward. That's a tornado watch. And then the pink that goes eastern New Mexico, Amarillo northward, that's a severe thunderstorm watch. That'll be going on until late also. Okay, storms so far. We got two clusters, one in the southwest, one in the northwest. We got our chasers out there, and here in just a few moments we'll be kicking over to their feed as we wait for developments there. But down close to Earth, Muleshoe, Littlefield, we have a few heavy cells. What catches your eye there, Kevin, so far?
Well, what's interesting to me is that these are going up very, very quickly on the southwestern corner of our area, but because of some things that happened overnight and early this morning, an outflow boundary, something we call an outflow boundary, came through most of our section of the panhandle and kind of stabilized things. So while these areas, like you see near Muleshoe or we see the purple, they go up quickly, they strengthen quickly, what I mean by that, and then they put down up to tennis ball size hail, but they're moving to the northeast toward Earth, toward Dimmitt. I'll go back to Hereford here in just a second, but they are weakening a little bit because of that slightly more stable air. That does not mean they're not going to put down some large hail, but I think it's going to be a little while until we get them closer to I-27, closer to 40, and closer to Amarillo, given that stable air. But the other thing we're watching for is extremely heavy rain with this. The slow movement and the amount of moisture in the atmosphere near that boundary is going to cause some exceptionally heavy downpours, and especially out in the country, in between Earth, in between Dimmitt, in between Hereford, in between Muleshoe. It's going to come down, it's going to get in those flat fields and run off very, very quickly, which creates mud flow problems and washed out road problems. So through the afternoon, that's going to be a big, big deal, Dave.
Watching that carefully. If you're around Dimmitt, it won't take long for that to build in. Hereford, we're watching that also. And even Amarillo, I think in a couple of hours, we'll probably have some action heading our way. We also have storms up in the northwest. Kevin, let's take us up there.
Yes, sir. And just to let you know, with this new thing, there's a bit of a delay, so it'll take a second for that to catch up. There we are.
So that's the northern part of Union County. Very heavy rain, thunder and lightning, some hail. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. So folks around Grenville, Clayton, let's be watching for that. One other storm there in between, Kevin, if we take a look at that, would be...
You want it back here, Hereford?
Right there, yeah, just south of Vega. We got a new guy blowing up pretty fast. So, these are all going to propagate east slowly in time. We'll be watching for hail. We'll be watching for flooding, lightning, maybe a tornado or two. Just stay tuned. Right now I'm going to send it out to one of our chasers and see what's going on.
Is it both of us?
We're hot.
All right, apparently we are hot right now. Hot as in, live. So, yeah, let's do inside cam first. All right, so hello to everybody out there. If we are on, Tanner Brammer here checking in. You just heard them give a tour throughout radar. Expecting some severe storms throughout this evening. We'll be kind of stationed toward the far southwestern part of the area. You heard them talking about the cluster of storms down toward Muleshoe. And kind of those southwestern cities, kind of toward Highway 84. There is one severe warning. Was warned for baseball or tennis ball sized hail. Let's see. Trying to check on the warning.
We're in Olton right now.
Yeah, we're in Olton as of right now. Okay, they've already decreased it to golf ball sized hail, but it does look like some of the rain is now moving into Earth. So we'll kind of give you a view of what we're seeing in front of us. Again, we are heading westward toward this cluster of storms. And as we get closer, we'll keep you guys updated.
There's been some reports.
In fact, I think, is that lightning that I just saw?
It's golf balls by Chaser. Video shared to social media. On that one. There's chaser. Tennis balls.
Let's see. All right, Caleb, I'm talking right now. I'm not talking into Unity. Can you still hear me? No, okay.
Depends, because he may have it low. Just tell him to know.
Good with hitting Spring Lake and then going south?
Yeah.
Okay. Unless you want to core punch this thing.
It has reports of tennis balls. Oh yeah, spotter.
I don't like looking at the spotter reports.
Really? I like to know what I'm getting into. I wonder if that's our. What's that like
Right there. I think that might actually be the southern. Because that's looking
Not near Amherst.
diagonal, yeah. Let me log in as myself. I think we're still up on Facebook to everybody watching. Yeah, our feed's still up. We'll try our best to keep up with comments, but we're not going to be able to see all of them. To answer your question, Tracy, if necessary, yes. You know, if there's like a severely damaging storm on the way to a populated area or a tornado-warned storm anywhere, either Dave or Kevin will pop in during TV programming. Crystal, it is me and Sheldon today. Sheldon's kind of heading more toward Hereford and Dimmitt. We're heading toward Spring Lake and Earth. Kind of toward Muleshoe, but I don't think we're going to hit Muleshoe because we'd have to drive through a lot of rain and hail, and we would rather not do that. About to pick up on some rain.
That one right there.
Honest, man.
North of Hereford.
Yeah. Priscilla, Bavina, you guys are like right on the outside of that cluster, but luckily it looks like that it's moving kind of away / parallel to you guys. So I don't think you guys are going to pick up on the main brunt of this specific cluster of storms. Oh, they just dropped a warning on the Hereford.
Oh, they just added it.
Yeah.
Come on. They dropped the one off.
Or sorry, that was bad language to use. Dropped as in like they issued one. Lubbock chat pulled up since that's because Muleshoe and Earth, that's the Lubbock office, right?
Yeah, this is Lubbock. Hey Dave, we're entering Spring Lake right now. Trying to figure out, and may stop trying to figure out where we want to go from here.
What did he say?
Stay on the east.
Okay. Have we already hit Spring Lake?
Yeah, that's Spring Lake.
Oh.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. What we're... You said kind of head out on the east end. Oh, nice.
That was... Pick that up.
You said kind of hang on the east side of it.
Okay. Then we shall do that.
So those of you joining us, this is Sheldon and Sergio checking in. I'll let you see our pretty faces here. Maybe. There we go. So here we go. So we are getting ready. We're moving into Hereford here as of right now. If you're following along with radar on the side of your screen, don't know exactly where they have it pivoted right now, but seeing a weak thunderstorm rolling into Hereford, and then we also have a cell just to the north of Hereford as well that we're chasing, so that's what I'll give you a view on with our dash camera. So rolling into Hereford here right now. We're on Highway 60 heading southwest right now, so follow along with us here. got an isolated cell popping up just to the north of Hereford. We're going to be pivoting towards 385 to head north, but seeing a little bit of a thunderstorm work its way into Hereford right now from the southwest. Right now it is a severe thunderstorm warning. That is for 1-inch hail, which is about the size of quarters, and 60-mile-an-hour winds as well. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on that. So if you're on Facebook, YouTube, however you're following along with us, keep those questions coming in the comments. We'll try to answer them as we see them. But in the meantime, feel free to ride along with us here. I'm going to actually switch to our top camera here in a second, kind of give you a 360 view around the top of the car, let you see what we're seeing. Like I said, got a little bit of activity here going into Hereford right now. Not looking at really anything tornadic as of right now, but really keep an eye on this severe thunderstorm. All right, let's see here if we switch to our top camera. So seeing a good bit of structure here just to our kind of west, northwest right now. You kind of see right there, got a good amount of structure looking to be right there. I believe that is what we're seeing there just to the northwest of Hereford currently. Some solid structure right there that we are seeing on that currently severe warned storm. Pretty solid structure on that one. And you'll see as we're kind of heading into Hereford, you got a lot of dust being kicked up. Not seeing any rain just yet, but based on what we're seeing on radar, if you're especially on the western end of town, you're starting to see some of that heavier rain, maybe a little bit of hail there as well. But really keep an eye on this isolated cell that we're seeing on radar that you can kind of see on the top left-hand side of your screen. That isolated cell, that's where you could see more of that kind of more strong type of severe weather. So that's what we're going to be really putting our focus on, but we're going to kind of hover around here in Hereford, see what kind of moves up towards Amarillo. So follow along with us here, keep those questions coming. Like I said, right now we are in Hereford, just to the kind of northeast of Hereford right now. Going to be moving into town here pretty quickly. Yeah, got somebody here on YouTube asking, they are in Hereford. It is in the path of the storm, correct? Yes, that is right. I mean, the storm's rolling over Hereford here as we speak. So if you are in Hereford proper, you're probably already starting to see some rain. Like I said, we're still about a mile outside of town, but I'm sure we'll start seeing some rain here any second now. That isolated storm just to the north of town is kind of tracking more straight off towards the east, so that isolated cell is not moving towards Hereford. It's going to pass to the north, but we are seeing the bulk of that little small cell you're seeing there on your screen. That is currently moving over the top of Hereford right now. It's a little bit weaker. That's the good news. It's a little bit weaker, so maybe not quite as nasty of any hail or anything in it, but still some heavy rains are to be expected based off what we're seeing on radar. I mean, we should be, yeah, we're starting to see some raindrops right now, so we're moving into Hereford as of right now. Let's see. Yeah, this just heads straight into Hereford here, and then yeah, hook north on 385. Because that one looks like it's taking its sweet time. I don't know, here, I'll show you.
That's this one?
Yeah, that's one. Let's see, look at that.
Nice.
So. All right, doing a broadcast cut-in. So you're right along with us right now, but you're going to be seeing a Dave or Kevin pop up on your screen here in just a second. Be ready for that. Rejoin back with us here in just a little bit.
Saw that lightning.
Yeah, buddy. Let's go. Okay, they're doing a broadcast cut-in here in just a second.
3, 2, 1.
Hey, good afternoon, friends. Doppler Dave here. We're just tracking a lot of severe weather. It's the first alert day. You got myself, Kevin Selly in the studio. We'll be tracking storms from here. Of course, Sheldon and Tanner out in the field watching storms. Let me show you what we're dealing with from Amarillo. Starting to see skies darken down to the southwest. We'll need to keep an eye on that. And here from Hereford, live shot showing some thunderstorm bases, some heavy storms already brewing there. We have a tornado watch for the southern 2 rows of our area. That goes until 9 p.m. We have a severe thunderstorm watch from about Hereford northward, including Amarillo. That goes until 10 p.m. As far as what we have right now, as far as warnings are concerned, severe thunderstorm warning in Union County, mainly Duff Smith County, bleeding over to a part of Randall County, and then way down in Bailey and Lamb counties. Let's take a quick radar tour, scanning around. Again, Amarillo is in the clear for now, but these storms will be impending pretty soon, and then more coming in from the northwest. And I think they're going to converge and keep us busy most of the afternoon. One severe thunderstorm popping up around Muleshoe, now moving over towards Earth. Spring Lake, Olton, Highway 70. Having to watch out for maybe some quarter ping pong ball size hail there. For folks in Dimmitt, another very heavy storm just down to your southwest at Lasbuddy. very heavy rain. There is some hail potential. That's going to be slowly coming your way. And then a little further north there, we get up around Hereford. This storm is intensifying around Hereford back to Westway and then north of there in Smith County. Again, no tornado warnings. What's that? Pea-size hail. Okay, so far getting some hail reports in Hereford. Right now the pea-size variety, but this could pulse up and that hail could get a little bigger, especially out towards the Westway and then coming northward across more of Smith County. If you're around Vega, Wildorado, this cell starting to gain some momentum, drifting north towards I-40. Again, you see for Amarillo, not too far back, but we got a little ways to watch and let that develop before it approaches town. Union County, another big cluster of mainly heavy rain, maybe up to nickel-size hail there north of Grenville. That will be coming in from the northwest. So we're keeping an eye on all of that. That's what we have for now. Just know that the First Alert team is busy watching every storm out there. We'll be passing along information all afternoon, all evening. Got an update coming up at 4 o'clock, sooner if necessary. Keep it on News Channel 10, and we'll keep you advised.
All right, so as you're hearing there from Dave, that report of pea-sized hail in Hereford, that was us reporting that. So as you can see, just seeing some rain right now. We did briefly see some pea-sized hail there. Currently seeing the bulk of this core. I'm going to watch the track of this real quick. Watching probably the heaviest part of the core is actually passing just to the kind of northwest side of Hereford right now. So I don't know if Hereford's going to necessarily take a direct hit from this hail core. That's not necessarily a very strong hail core either. Right now, this storm is just 1 4/4 size hail at worst, which of course can still do damage, but could overall, I mean, I know from personal experience that Hereford has absolutely seen worse before, but right now just seeing some good rain, maybe some small pea-sized hail, nothing really significant. A little strong breezes, but like I said, our goal right now, right there on the left-hand side of your screen, you see those 2 cells. We're working to get on that highway, basically try to get in between the 2 of them, kind of see what's happening with this northerly cell that's currently tracking up kind of towards the northeast rather. I don't know which directions. Might have to put Sergio on direction compass duty here. It's moving to the east-northeast. That is what I meant to say. And that might have Amarillo in the crosshairs, but we'll have to just watch as it goes and see if it maintains that strength. Seeing that kind of cluster of storms down off towards the south around Amherst, Millshoe, places like that, that's becoming quickly what we call an MCS, which is a mesoscale convective system, which is basically just a big, just kind of cluster of thunderstorms all together. When they cluster out like that, the tornado risk doesn't exactly go away, but it does decrease significantly. But it's not to say that a tornado couldn't happen, but that's where you start to see those really strong hail and strong wind risks really associated with those, what we call an MCS. All right, hearing some people talk about LazBuddy. I would say LazBuddy's definitely in play when it comes to some of these severe thunderstorms here, and especially, they're off towards the southwest. Kind of what we're tracking right now is basically as that cluster just expands off towards the south, that's what we're going to be watching for, is just that kind of activity. But right now, mainly rain, small hail, thunder, good loud thunder, getting a lot of lightning. And based on radar, this cell just to the north of Hereford has a lot of lightning in it, so that'll probably be something we'll be seeing a lot more of here as we get closer to it. Which, of course, with lightning, when thunder roars, go indoors. If you can hear thunder, that means that the lightning is close enough to strike you. So definitely don't want to, take that risk. And, of course, something actually Sergio and I saw last time we went out storm chasing is lightning can start wildfires as well. So, I mean, definitely a threat that we watch for as well with lightning. A lot of times people kind of discount the threat. They saw a large CG right there, cloud to ground. That can do its own fair share of damage. Okay, so working our way just about to 385 up here, kind of in the center of Hereford. So if you're riding along with us here, let's see, about basically just going straight through the middle of Hereford right here. Nothing actually too bad. Just got a little bit of rain. Ground's nice and wet. Heaviest part of the core is just to our northwest right now. Tell them you get the difference between the raindrops and the hailstones. Unmistakable sound of ice hitting metal.
They're still coming.
Big raindrops too. Yep, there's a little pea-sized. Yep, there goes some right there. So seeing some pea-sized hail. That's the thing is, I mean, if you watched the early show this morning, one thing I talked about a lot was these really high dew points. Really high dew points. And basically, just the more humid the air is, basically the more potential there is for more of this kind of wet, beneficial rain. So we've got some emergency vehicles going through here. What have we got? Oh, ambulance. All right, so, oh, there we go. That was a good sized chunk of hail right there. Oh, come on. So we got pea size. That's a little bit bigger than pea size that we got right there. That might be marble sized. We're getting some bigger chunks. Let's see. Give you guys a look at the ground here. It's still kind of hard to see in video, but you can kind of see them bouncing a little bit. I'd say we're up around marble, not quite dime size just yet. You can kind of see some of those ice crystals hitting the ground right there. Hard to make out on video. I promise they're there. The camera doesn't always do it justice, but seeing small hail here in Hereford right now, nothing I would say is necessarily too destructive, but seeing a little bit of hail. Good heavy rain. Here we go. I also take this as a moment that if it is hailing, of course you don't want your car getting hailed on, but don't be parking your cars under overpasses. That's still a very bad idea. That's a lot of damage can be done to your vehicles. You can get stuck in a bad situation. It can clog up traffic as well. When traffic slows down, that can put other people at risk as well. So still very much advise against parking your car under an overpass in severe weather. So of course you want to get that car protected. You want to get it under cover, and I don't blame you, but definitely putting it under an overpass is not the play to make. That is for sure. Looks like these two might merge. Not necessarily the worst thing in the world, but basically we're on 385 and hopefully it passes over the top. Pocket of rotation in this, so but okay, am seeing some reports of quarter-sized hail in the town of Hereford. Okay, so that one's gonna pull into that one. We might miss the hail from that.
Right now we're in the right path.
We're in the right path for sure. It looks like it's good hail in the cell to the further north. That one I want to let it go over the top of 385 and we basically get to look at it from behind. That would be our best possible look at it. Because the way it looks, the strongest part of this one should be just right in there. looking at that kind of heavier part of that core right now. That's probably the heaviest part of it currently. Right there. Okay, so let's get ready to see if we can find a safe spot to pull off here in a little bit. So I don't want to get too, yeah, they just went, oh wow, they're thinking that thing's gonna shoot straight north. That's weird. Okay, so that newest severe warning. Oh, yep, sure enough. What's that top side of it?
Yeah.
It just hooks straight north.
Follow it.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. Ask them what they think about this new severe thunderstorm warning where it looks like this cell right here north of Hereford is just hooking straight to the north. See what they think of that. What I wonder. Let's find a place up here to kind of pull off if we can.
Just on the shoulder.
Yeah, if there's a place where we can kind of get off the road completely, let's do that. But if it just has to be shoulder, it has to be shoulder. If there's like a little side road or something we can pull onto, that'll be great as well. Because I have spots on this one. I don't want to get us underneath it if it decides to do what I think it's going to do. Right now, just seeing heavy rain. A little bit of hail. Looks like there's a road right up here. Let's pull onto that. Oh, there's some hail. Alright, so we are just north of Hereford right now. Okay, so it looks like we're about to ride that one out, which is not so bad. That one has some nastier hail. Let's see right here. Watch as it kind of goes here. You basically kind of get, this one goes up like this, and this one starts to go off like that.
We're gonna split.
This will be the one that's
We're gonna connect with this.
and it's rotating. So if something's gonna do something, it's gonna be that one, I think. Okay, so we're riding this out on 385 just north of Amarillo. Really watching that, it looks like this cell is splitting right now. You can kind of see it top left of your screen. We're starting, well, don't know if they have it exactly over us or not, but if they do want to reposition the radar there back at the studio. We got this cell kind of splitting right now. That can sometimes be an indication of rotation. So that's really going to warrant some watching here pretty quickly to see how it evolves. Of course, no tornado warning or anything like that right now, but basically we're just going to be watching for any more signals of that. Right now, just seeing some heavy rain, a little bit of some small hail. Haven't really seen anything bigger than quarters just yet. A lot of lightning. We're so far just in just good old-fashioned heavy rain right now. That's the one I want to watch, because see, what I want to do is, if that one's going to be going there, I want to let it just cross the highway.
And get behind and just follow it.
Get behind it and see what it does. Yep. Yep.
So this one, just gonna...
I mean, it's still, I mean, they gave it a severe warning. It's still got a little hail core on it. They have it warned for 1 3/4 hail, so I mean that's pretty big. So up around the Adrian Vega area, pretty sizable hail core. Like I said, that one's still the nastiest hail core right there. And I told you about the red and green on velocity map, right? Yeah, I mean, look at that. That's nothing. Yeah, so right now, just kind of waiting it out. We want to let this cell pass over the top, because obviously the last thing we want to do is drive right into the center of it, especially for the fact that it could have some large damaging hail in it. Oh yeah, they just bumped this one up to 1 3/4 as well. So we want to be ready for that. We want to see what it's going to do, but of course we don't want to put ourselves underneath it to see what it's going to do.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's a really handy one. It's about 8 miles, and so what the track. Yeah, it's got a TVS signature. It shows it almost moving north. It shows it going in that direction. That must mean the rotation, because when the rotation gets real strong, it starts to pull it.
I'm digging the smell though.
Oh yeah, best smell in the world.
At the dairy farm.
Yeah, the dairy. Not as big a fan of the dairy farm smell, but. Dave, what do you make of this cell splitter here?
I wonder if this truck's gonna say something. Got a truck pulling up.
See, the Dave's about to hop on the stream, so.
Hey friends, Doppler, Dave, and Kevin back. We've heard from Sheldon and Tanner out in the field, but we've been watching cameras. Got some hail in Friona that we want to talk about. Kevin, you want to bring up radar? We'll take a look at that.
Yeah, it came down pretty good. You go max 3 there. It came down pretty good in Friona, and that cell has now weakened. It dropped its amount of hail and has now moved north of town. We're looking for the areas of purple. If you see a little bit further just northeast of Friona, and let me go ahead and zoom in on that one, there's a new updraft producing some hail. That's sort of out in the middle of nowhere in between Sims and Hereford, but the point on that one, again, the hail core is going to be just to the southeast of Sims, moving northeastward or probably developing eastward. So travel in between Hereford and Vega on 385. You're going to run into some hailstones that are at least the nickel size and probably a little bit larger. So we don't want to travel for the next few minutes in between Vega and Hereford. These cells have been demonstrating this behavior through the afternoon. They pop up. They're going to drop some hail, maybe up to quarter size, and then they're going to weaken. They're going to be very hard to track and know when they will pulse. So point is, if you get near one of these or you hear the rumble of thunder, almost any of these have the potential to produce some hail, Dave, over the, over any period of time, and then they would weaken. The other thing we're also commenting on is the heavy, heavy downpours, which will create some very, very rapid runoff. So as we always say, please don't ever drive across any roadway that has water going across it. You don't know what's going to get underneath that. You don't know how deep it's going to be, Dave.
Good. And, if you're living in Amarillo, I think it's only a matter of time till we start to get some of that rain and thunderstorms up our way. We'll just keep an eye on that.
Good point. We got our first warning there that goes north of 40 too. So that's going to be west of Valle d'Oro,
Vega,
and west of Vega. Exactly right. So that is an indication that some of this instability is now working its way back north of Interstate 40, whereas most of it has been south.
Very good. Hereford, Friona, looks like the hail's winding down. I wanted to come back one more time. Kevin, let's go up to around Clayton and see what we got up there. So.
Yeah, and then we'll actually come back to Bootleg. That one's strengthening too. But yes, let's definitely go ahead and talk about Union County, Dave. Go ahead.
It's a big old sprawling storm. Little hail potential earlier, kind of winding down, but that's probably going to pulse up and down near Grenville, near Mount Dora, approaching Clayton. That one's coming in from the northwest, a little different direction. So folks around Clayton, text line, Perico, have to keep an eye on that.
And let's go back to Bootleg too, because I noticed just as we panned off, watch the purple show up there. Now in between Bootleg and Friona, that one's going to develop north-northeast. So from Bootleg eastward, you've got minutes, if less, to get the car in the garage, because hail's going to start coming out of that one, and that's going to be along the highway in between Bootleg and Hereford. Some very heavy rain west of Westway.
1051.
Will come in 1051. Thank you. That heavy rain and definitely some maybe up to certainly nickel-size hail, if not larger, is going to come down on the highway there in the next 5 minutes or less, Dave.
Might be a lot of it too, compared to what we've seen earlier.
Exactly right.
So we're watching that. We got, in fact, Sheldon's out there pretty close. Sheldon, we've been watching the storms west of Hereford. I know you're out there. Why don't you take it from here?
All right, Dave, thanks. Yeah, so we are currently just north of Hereford on 385. Just really so far just seen more rain, anything else, a little bit of hail as well. But what we're watching on those kind of severe warned storms, and what we're seeing out there is we're kind of seeing this kind of cell merger happening right now just to our north, kind of really zapping a little bit of the hail core that was in this particular cell. Not to say that it can't produce any more hail, but really going to be curious to watch this particular cell straight north of Hereford, south of Adrian and Vega. Of course, those are where the latest severe thunderstorm warnings are. But also watching this rapid developing cell there just north of Friona as well. Pretty solid hail core on that one. So really waiting to see kind of what that one's going to do as well. Not currently severe warned, but I assume that's just going to be a matter of time before they do issue it. Give you a quick pan around. We're actually seeing a little bit of a clearing in the clouds just right there. I would assume that's where you're kind of seeing those cells separate just a little bit. So right off this direction is that newest cell. Oh, good lightning strike off that direction. And then up towards the north are where we're seeing those cells really begin to merge. As you can see right now, really hard to kind of make out any specific details of it here right now. Just good heavy rain currently. Let's see. You see that new cell, Dave, kind of popping up there just north of Friona? Not currently warned. What do you think of that? Yeah, I think we're going to stay where we're at just north of Hereford. We don't want to dive too far north and lose that one, but keeping an eye on this cell merger happening up here as well. West. Is that right up here?
Is that where he's wanting us to go?
Let's see, where's 1051 West?
1051?
Yeah, it's gonna be. There's 1058, 1057. So right there is that 1412. Okay, I'm trying to think what's the best call here. Dave, were you saying 1051? I see a 1058. I assume it's that one. Because 1051 would be further north. Am I right in thinking that? I'm thinking 1058, Dave. Is that what you mean? Alright, that's what I assumed. I just making sure we're on the same page.
1058.
Yep, okay, so let's go south into Hereford.
And go down that road, 1058?
Little ways. Yeah. We won't push too far. We'll get down to 1058, but we're not going to push too far and accidentally get ourselves wrapped up in that core, but definitely we're watching that one, especially the rotation there on the back side of it. Yeah, let's head south, get to 1058, and I think if worse comes to worse, if an opportunity presents itself, to dive south to Highway 60.
Just follow that one.
Yeah.
After.
Okay.
Hey guys, on Facebook and all our other social media, we're on a small little cell just outside of Amherst. It's very far south in our viewing area. We're south of Spring Lake, and we're currently seeing some marble-sized hail hit the ground right now. Just looking outside the window. It's not a ton of it, but it is enough to do a little bit of damage, put some pings in the car. So just something to keep an eye on if you are anywhere around Amherst, maybe north/northeast of Littlefield. It does look like it's heading right to Olton, so just something to keep an eye on. We are keeping an eye on it right now as well. said this is 37 right here?
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and start going this way. East.
Let's go east?
Yeah.
All right, hang on, give me 2 seconds. Seeing something that just popped up just southwest of here.
Oh yeah, that's the one I was talking about. So this actually might be a good place to stay.
That way, if we need to blast east, if this one gets organized, we can.
Hmm.
That was like melted.
I don't think, no.
Hey, good afternoon, friends. Busy day in the weather department, tracking a lot of storms. There'll be a lot more to come as we get later in the afternoon and evening hours. The potential for severe weather is there at almost any storm, and we're at the first alert situation. The entire team watching storms. If you're in Amarillo, we're seeing the skies darken down to our southwest, and we're just kind of on standby. We do have a tornado watch for the southern part of the area in the yellow until 9, and then most of the rest of us under a severe thunderstorm watch, except the northeast. That goes until 10. Amarillo Canyon in a severe thunderstorm watch. Now, as far as warnings, we've got a few of those up around Clayton, out near Vega, near Hereford, and then the southern part of the area. No tornado warnings right now, but we do have some storms that have already produced some hail. We've been tracking that down to the southwest. This is a storm around Muleshoe, Earth, Spring Lake, Sudan, approaching Olton, approaching Hart. Occasional, small hail in there up to about nickel size or so. That's going to be drifting off to the east. If you're around Hart and Nazareth, Dimitulia, we're keeping an eye on that. Our intercept crews are out there. Tanner's down there watching that. Near Hereford, back to the west, Westway to Bootleg, just north of Friona. The storm has produced some hail. If you live in Friona, you had a pretty good period there of small hail. That's coming up to the north near Westway. Highway 1058 is going to be very wet, probably some hail. We got Sheldon out there keeping a close watch on that. Again, no rotations or wall clouds or tornadoes, but the hail potential certainly picking up. Approaching I-40 now, coming up close to Adrian. Vega, storms are intensifying with more coming up, looks like. Looks like Highway 385, that's an area to watch. Some hail potential down there south of Adrian. Nothing for Amarillo yet, but getting a little closer. Got time to watch that. You just need to be staying tuned to see what happens. And then another slow-moving storm up there between Des Moines and Clayton, just dropping heavy rain, occasional small hail. This one's coming down to the southeast. That's producing a flood threat along with hail, wind. All of the storms have lightning. Get everybody in, out of that. We'll be tracking every one of these storms. Again, it's a first alert day. The entire team is either out in the field or like Kevin and I watching every storm on radar, passing along updates. Of course, we'll be back on Live at 5 sooner if necessary. Keep it on News Channel 10. We'll keep you advised.
So I want to see what this...
All right, hello everybody to everybody out there. Hello to everybody, Hello to everybody out there. Tanner Brammer popping in. Once again, we are pretty far south west of Amarillo. We're kind of still in Amherst / Littlefield, just south of Spring Lake as well. Keeping an eye on the southwest cluster of storms right now. Just saw some marble-sized hail. It wasn't long-lasting. Maybe just for about 5 minutes. It's already gone now. It's now to our east, but like I said, watching this cluster of storms, there's one severe warning for Earth and Sedan. There's another severe warned storm just north of Morton. Looks like that's heading toward Littlefield, toward Amherst as well. So for anybody in Littlefield and Amherst, you're likely going to pick up on that heavy rain here fairly soon. But we are keeping an eye on generally the southwest cluster of storms, so stick around.
Alright, so those of you just joining us here, we are currently heading south on Hereford. We're about to turn southwest on Highway 60 right here. Right now, as you can see, right now we are in Hereford. Not seeing any rain right now. Hereford's kind of in the middle of a gap, but we are seeing this new cell kind of popping up just to our southwest a little bit. That's what we're kind of shifting our focus towards right now. It's currently not a severe warned storm, but it does kind of appear to have a sizable hail core on it. So we're going to head southwest down 60, which is basically just right underneath this. This is currently tracking to the northeast right now. Looks like the heaviest bit of it will probably pass there north of Hereford, but I would definitely be ready for another possible second round of some more hail, strong wind, heavy rain, things of that sort. But if you are riding along with us right now, I'll give you our dash cam. This is currently, we're heading southwest down Highway 60, looking to get a better look at this new cell that's kind of popping up and really kind of growing there. It's just the heaviest part of it's north of Friona right now, kind of along 214. A lot of lightning, possibly some large hail, but still not seeing a severe thunderstorm warning for it, which does actually surprise me a little bit. Let's see. But we're keeping a close eye on that. Broad rotation. So if you've heard us talking about rotation, it has very broad rotation in it right now, but it's not a guarantee that we're going to see a tornado, but it's also not a guarantee that we're not going to see one. So we're going to get in position. We're going to track down towards Friona a little ways, kind of see what this one does. Yeah, this way we're going to just drive through a little bit of rain, hail core, unless it just takes a hard right turn, which...
You want to stop closer to Friona?
Yeah, kind of see what it's doing as we get closer, because we got a good stretch from here to Friona, so we'll see how it evolves. If it does something dramatic by the time we get to Friona, we'll pivot. This is kind of looking that direction. Can't really make out a discernible base right now. Makes things kind of hard to kind of tell what we're looking at when you can't make out the base. Like I said, very, very broad rotation right now. Broad rotation. Not looking at anything necessarily tornadic right now. That's where the camera's pointed right now. It's pointed to the west. At this new cell popped up, not currently severe warned. Seeing severe thunderstorm warnings now approaching. If you're in the Adrian area, you probably only have a few minutes before you're starting to see rain, and then probably just 10-15 minutes before you're starting to see some of that hail. Good lightning strike right there. Before you're starting to see a little bit of hail there. Vega, already starting to see a little bit of rain there, but hail core not really close to Vega right now there on I-40. Probably just seeing some good old-fashioned just heavy rain showers right now. But a hail core now just to the southwest of Adrian right now, so I would certainly be making preparations for that. Looks like you probably got just a little while. It's currently, let's see, the earliest part of the hail core is currently about 6 miles southwest of Adrian right now. Got some emergency vehicles up here. Oh,
Right.
does look like we have a accident of some sort up here. So you're running along with us. It does look like we have an accident here on Highway 60 southwest right now, just outside of the Cavness plant. Possibly an accident involving a power pole. Not entirely sure. We'll give you a look. Not.
Let's look at
sure.
Sheldon's
Yeah, it does look
feed.
like a.
Sheldon
yeah, it does
has
look like
some
a vehicle
kind of
hit a
accident. Can we look at? There it is.
power pole right there. Camera couldn't spin around quite. Hopefully everybody okay there.
Somebody hit a-
Not blocked off any. There one lane blocked off right there on Highway 60 there southwest of Hereford. So do prepare for that. But they're not closing off or diverting traffic per se. But it does look like a pickup truck hit a power pole out there. So I don't know if that's causing any power outages or not for any folks around the region. But with thunderstorms, power outages can happen. So of course, that's when you want those batteries in that weather radio. You want to have your cellular devices charged up, flashlights, things like that, just in case you do lose power in situations like this. Looks like they still got power at the Cabinets plant, so it doesn't affect that. Getting some good lightning here straight off to the north. Keep an eye on that. That's the thing I am seeing with a lot of these storms, is we're seeing a lot of lightning in a lot of these thunderstorms. Still no warning on that one just yet. Still very broad rotation. So if you're looking at our camera right now, we're on Highway 60. We're moving southwest, currently looking straight north here as of right now. Nothing too significant so far. I haven't seen a severe thunderstorm warning for anything more than an 1 3/4 size hail. They've actually downgraded that original warning that's approaching Vega right now, or Adrian, and mainly Adrian, for 1 1/4 sized hail right now. So just a little bit larger. It's probably $half sized hail. Still, obviously, can be destructive. You don't want to find yourself outside in that, but they are kind of downgrading that overall hail threat with these particular storms for right now. Seeing Crystal asking about Friona, I mean, you're seeing this one kind of pass over the top right now, just to the north of Friona, as long as it keeps... Okay, yep, hearing from the studio that Mr. Kevin Selly is going to be checking in with an in-studio update. He's going to be trying to take a look around radar, so we'll go ahead and hand things off to him.
Day. It doesn't mean we won't get some thunderstorms later, but over the next 2 to 3 hours, things I think are fairly quiet. So it's been most active in west central portions of the region. You can see 3 different severe thunderstorm warnings currently. And let me get in and turn off the boxes here for just a minute so we can take our little tour. The primary thing that we're going to look for the next couple of hours is little pockets of hail. And that's where you're going to see the purple. They'll pop up fairly quickly. They'll drop some dime to nickel-sized hailstones, and then they'll weaken a little bit. Right now, the northernmost edge of this is now crossing Interstate 40 in between the New Mexico border around Adrian and Vega, and then west of Amarillo. And you can see the northward motion there. But note there are some brief pockets of purple near Sims and south of Vega, and that may be some smaller pea-size hail, and that may come across Interstate 40 here in the next couple of minutes. Let's go a little further south, and we see some heavy downpours in and around Bootleg and Friona moving northward, Hereford as well. But we're seeing less in the way of purple, which I think is good news and may actually be a trend. These are going to be primarily heavy rain and small hail as opposed to the larger hail that we've seen a little bit earlier. I think there are actually some stabilizing influences on the atmosphere right now. Just getting to the edges of our area. Let's go to Muleshoe and around Earth. This is new, this sort of light green box. This is a flash flood advisory. The heavy rain from these, as we've been talking through the afternoon, is going to cause some very, very quick and fast runoff problems. So inside of that green box, and again, that's Muleshoe, eastward to Earth, north of Sudan, west of Olton, we're going to have some heavy runoff there. And so please, if you can avoid travel around that area, please go ahead and do so. That runoff could be a big, big problem, and it's probably not something you think, oh, maybe there's just a little water going across the roadway. It can very easily wash the road out. It's going to be full of mud as well getting out on these open fields. So a high danger there for some runoff in addition to some small hail. But once again, you notice that purple here on the loop is diminishing a little bit. That is good news in that the atmosphere there, we've had several thunderstorms roll over the same areas, is going to stabilize a little bit, and that will help the situation as far as the severe weather. Now, there's the purple that we're talking about. We're getting out of our area, but just by way of example, you can see south of Sudan and in toward Littlefield. Let me just pause that for
for a minute, and we'll talk about that one. See the purple northeast of Morton, west of Littlefield? That is large hail. That may be up toward quarter size, even approaching some golf ball size hailstones. The atmosphere there is a little bit more unstable, and so that problem is going to continue west of Littlefield, again out of our market, but you wouldn't want to travel northwest out of Lubbock there. But just to give you the example, that is a very large hail core right there. Going back up to the northeast portions of our viewing area, we've had heavy, heavy rain across Union County. This storm is just crawling very slowly southward, so the runoff potential there right along 64 in between Grenville and Clayton is going to be enormous, and it should still continue to kind of drift southward. So I think Clayton, you will be spared the brunt of that, but just west of Clayton in Union County, yeah, there's going to be some very, very heavy rain, and again, some dime to nickel size hail there. There's the broader view. I think what will happen a little later on is we'll see this cluster in the western and south.
So it does look like they're just to the north of Hereford right now. They have issued a flood advisory. Does not include the main part of Hereford because the main part of that rain is north of Hereford, but flood advisory nonetheless. Still tracking southwest on Highway 60, looking at this storm. As you can see, the strong updrafts off of that direction. Storms down here. They're on us right now. Get a chance, look at the Clovis, the KFDX radar. The outflow boundary is stout. Just it's retreating off towards the west right now. Dave, what do you think about us still staying on this Friona storm? Should we pivot north? What do you think we should do? We're still working towards Friona right now. This one, getting into a little bit of a clearing out here. This is where these storms are kind of firing off that outflow here. on National Cheeseburger Day.
Wait, what?
Gotta give ourselves some cheeseburgers or something, I feel like. Take a pit stop for some burgers.
I'm down for that.
Okay. Seeing some.
Are we chilling in Friona? Around Friona?
Yeah, we might head north on 214. Yeah, 214 just a little ways. As that core, the bulk of that course passing over, so that should allow us to get right in behind it. So maybe north on 214. Like we're going to Adrian. That might give us a good view of it. I'm trying to pick out exactly where this. Got this one right here, I think, is what we're looking at. I think it's this one right here. Yeah, yeah. It's too bad we don't have time to stop. Friends at Holy Smokes Barbecue recommending Pam's Kitchen here in Friona for a good cheeseburger. That is tempting.
Well, if we weren't on the clock.
We've got a duty to uphold first. Now, if we called off the chase when we were in Friona, absolutely, it's cheeseburger time, but duty calls for sure. All right, so what you're looking at there on camera, that should be this cell that we're kind of trying to chase here a little bit just north of Friona. We're gonna go north on 214, and hopefully that will allow us enough time for that nastier part of that hail core to pass over the top of the highway, and we can maybe circle around, get behind it, give it a good look at it, see what it's doing. Got some, seeing a lot of water standing in the bar ditches here in Friona, so looks like some good rain has already come through. With an outflow boundary in play in eastern New Mexico, it might not be the end of it. We'll have to wait and see on that front. Yeah, that's getting behind this one. Looks like they've had some good rain. So
You're good.
Just put those.
Yeah, that's a lot of rain.
Yeah, I would say they got some good rain here. Some messes there. Probably forget them, but that's okay. Okay, so still focusing on that storm, but we got, yeah, remember 214 allows us to go north, which, bet you it's, yeah, that's right here where it says to go to Adrian. Yep, 214. Yeah, I'll take that one right there. All right, so turning north on 214. Gonna hopefully circle in behind this storm as it looks like. Oh. Ooh, yep. Okay, yep. Dave's about to go on and got a tornado warning up in Clayton. Saw that rotation on there. That was radar indicated. All right, so watch for Dave. I knew that rotation was looking stout. Man.
Tornado warning.
None of us are up on it. That's the worst feeling.
Hey friends, Doppler Dave here. Quick update. We have a tornado warning, the first one that we've had of the afternoon, and it's up here in Union County, New Mexico. Here's Clayton. It's just back to the west of there and really heading down towards the highway, heading out towards Gladstone, out to the west of Clayton. So pretty much some rural terrain there. Of course, there are farming and ranching interests out there, so we're watching this carefully. Notice the obvious spin here to the echo, just a really broad, almost like a high precipitation wrap around there, but it's right there that we have the rotating area. National Weather Service is going to go ahead and issue a tornado warning to be on the safe side in case we do have something developing. If you live in Clayton, I think that's going to probably stay back to your west and head down to the south through kind of the sparsely populated areas southwest of Clayton. Again, around the highway there, 64 there, we're going to have to watch out as that crosses the highway. Looks like that's also 412. So we'll keep an eye on that. If you're in Clayton, you're going to be on the edge of the storm. Very heavy rain, lightning, but you see the obvious spin right there, staying out to the west. So that's one thing that we're watching. We'll go ahead and take a look at some other storms while we're at it.
Some hard time getting their mics sorted out. Every time they go out to the studio, audio cuts, the comments come in about no audio. Alright, should be good. Let's just slow down. Yeah, don't need to stop, I don't think. I think that the biggest part of the core is, because what's going to happen is this is going to turn off to the left here in a little bit. The core is just right there on the corner. Okay, so those of you who are riding along with us, looks like you're back on us right now. Alright, sound it off. Let us know in the comments if you can hear me at least right now. This is Sheldon talking from the chaser vehicle. If you can hear me, let me know in the comments. We'll make sure that's working, and probably working on solving those technical issues there in the studio right now. There we go. Okay, so we're getting my audio. That's good. So getting a little bit of rain right now. We're currently heading north on 214, seeing the nastiest part of that hail core pass over the top of 214. As what Dave was saying there, if you couldn't hear him, we're keeping an eye on that tornado warning there up in Union County, New Mexico. Right now is radar indicated, which does mean that there is not a confirmed tornado on the ground, but the conditions are definitely there that there very well could be. We're seeing some very strong rotation signatures there, so it does look like it's passing to the southwest of Clayton, but a lot of ranch land and everything out there, so do be safe if you're up that direction. Like I said, not a confirmed tornado on the ground, but certainly could be one. It is not out of the question for sure. So that's what Dave was saying there with his outlook there, talking about the tornado warning. Just know that they are watching that in the studio. We are currently heading north on 214. Like I said, our kind of priority this afternoon has been kind of focused on the south central parts of the area, because these are going to be pushing towards Amarillo. Looks like you've got a little cell right over the top of Happy right now, doing a kind of check around radar. Looks like that first bit of rain is currently about 7.5, 8 miles south of Canyon right now. Believe it's tracking more towards kind of the northeast, so I can probably expect some rain here pretty soon in kind of the Canyon region. Doesn't look to be anything too significant, not a severe thunderstorm warning on that particular cell. No, let's stay around. Let's do on this heading. This should put us on the back side of it. So currently driving through to some rain, maybe some small hail. the worst of the core has passed over 214. It does look like the core is weakening on this particular storm as well. Not really seeing any signs of any. I'm seeing some hail in the bar ditches. Actually, go ahead and slow down a little bit. I want to see just if we can pick out some hailstones in the ditch here. Just maybe get a blow over. Maybe don't blow over just yet. Just kind of slow down. I'll just see if I can see anything big. Just like slow down somewhat. I don't think it really got all that big. Looking like maybe seeing some quarter-sized tail here. I'm gonna pull over real quick. Yeah. See if I can't snap one. Might as well. I'm seeing enough of them. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and assess some hail sizes here. We got a few good-sized hailstones. Nothing to sneeze at. So, let's see. Shown on the camera here. So there we go. So I'd say we're probably dime sized there. If you can kind of see that a little bit, probably got some dime sized tail. This is just to the north of Friona. So probably not too destructive there, but as you can see, seeing some probably the biggest tail we've seen at least so far. So I'm gonna go ahead and document here. Okay. Back to nature where they belong. All right, so just seeing some big raindrops, maybe a little more of that hail. All right, we're good to keep going. Look at that shape of those clouds right there. See, we're kind of swooping up. It's kind of neat looking. So dime-sized tail here just north of Friona. Nothing really too concerning, but certainly wouldn't want to be outside in it. Wouldn't want to get hit by one. Go ahead and get that report in. Okay, I'm sure to see it. Good morning to that. Dime-sized hill here north of Friona. A little bit of rain, but yeah, let's keep looking down this road here. Go north, and I'll keep us on the back side of it. Honestly, this one's kind of fizzling out a little bit. It's not doing anything terribly exciting. That one passing over, probably some pretty nasty hail over the top of I-40 there, just west of Adrian, 1 3/4 size tail, so they did bring that warning back up. Getting some people asking about travel to Borger. I mean, if you're coming from Amarillo, I mean, I'd say you are in the clear if you're traveling to Borger right now. Maybe this evening. I mean, these storms are tracking their way to the northeast, so certainly within the realm of possibility that these storms keep tracking up that direction. But if you're in Amarillo wanting to head up to Borger right now, I mean, I'd say you're pretty much in the clear. Now's the time to do it for sure. Not to say that later is just going to be terrible, but right now, you do know for sure that you're in the clear. Tornado warning is entering. Kyle, if you can hear me.
Chase tours. I'm trying to figure out the best placement.
Honestly, I feel like just anywhere, yeah. Oh, and there's no fence. I can take a...
Oh, is that hail? Yeah, we got hail.
Okay, I'm gonna go quick. Oh, I just saw the size of the stones.
How big are they?
Hey,
Dave.
Enough to hurt.
Hey folks, Doppler Dave here and your First Alert weather team. We're all engaged tracking a lot of storms out there, a lot of potential for severe weather, and we're seeing a lot of that. In Amarillo, interesting situation. It's not raining or hailing, but we are getting lightning from some distant thunderstorms. And remember, lightning is one of the worst, most deadly hazards that we face. So it's a day to be indoors as we await perhaps storms making it into Amarillo. Tornado watch, the southern 2 rows of our counties, and then we have a severe thunderstorm watch starting around Hereford, northward through Amarillo. Ironically, our tornado warning that we have is in the severe thunderstorm watch, but that happens sometimes, up southwest of Clayton in Union County. This is where we have an ongoing tornado warning, as staying back to the southwest of Clayton. Some chatter about occasional funnel clouds out that way. We're keeping an eye on that. Definitely see a kind of a spin to the radar echo. Again, if you're in Clayton, I think that dangerous part, towards the rotating part, staying back to your west and dropping down just to the west of Clayton on the highway heading out towards Gladstone. We'll keep an eye on that. That's the only tornado warning we have. If you're in Clayton, text line, mainly watching for rain, hail, lightning. A little rotation there. Again, right there on the highway west of Clayton. Some rotation. Again, reports here and there of some funnel clouds. We're keeping a close watch on that. Plenty of other storms going on. Now, we'll start off here west of Amarillo. These storms are really lighting up fast around Boys Ranch to Channing. That's probably going to have at least some small hail. Again, the lightning threat is high, strong winds. And then we got a whopper out there on I-40. Once we get out to Adrian, back close to the state line, very heavy rain, hail potential up to a quarter ping pong ball size. That's going to be drifting north slowly, perhaps creating a flash flood risk as we get out there in Oldham County. As we drop a little further down to the southwest, Hereford in and out of some storms, developing again towards Westway, lifting to the north towards Sims. And also we have new activity starting on Highway 60, Dawn to Umbarger, back down around Happy, just south of Canyon. So we're going to watch that carefully because it looks like that may be what makes it up towards Amarillo, Canyon, Umbarger, Bushland within the next hour. Again, that's mainly just developing right now, heavy rain, small hail, and all that lightning that we're already getting. Further down to the south, these storms around Sudan and Littlefield continue to develop kind of over the same location and drift off to the east. We have one of our chasers down there, John Doherty. Let's see if we can pull up his video real quick. We've had some rotations that's coming up real quickly. Down here from some of the storms further down, just kind of the southern periphery of our area. Again, some rotations, not actual tornadoes, not actually getting funnel clouds, but some obvious rotation that we're keeping close tabs on as that drifts across the southern part of the area. You're going to be able to get that, we think? Not going to do that. Okay, well, we'll try to get that when we're on the news at 5. Just know that we're tracking a handful of storms out there, a lot of severe weather. It's the First Alert day. We'll have complete update. Okay, that's going to be right there back to the southwest of Clayton. Looks like about 7, 8 miles or so. Rotations, radar indications that there may be some kind of activity. Again, we'll get the latest information for you, get some images, see what we can get for you at 5 o'clock. We'll see you then. Stay tuned.
You turn it. I'll let you turn it.
Why?
Because then we won't. Oh, can't really see much now. The structure.
Well, we don't really have any options to go north or south.
What do you mean?
I mean, we don't like where we are right now. Unless we keep going that way, we can turn south or north. But if we go north after going that way, then we'll drive straight into the core.
Right off our nose. It's very weak.
Yeah.
Still pretty high based. Put it on the semi. Put it right here. Eighth.
0.8 inches. I probably should have taken a picture of that.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Okay. On this road up here, dime. This is one for baseballs.
The one we're on? Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean, that's like, it's heading east. If you don't feel safe, we can turn around and go back to the,
Still, the rotation's very broad. I just look at the structure up here. That's what I'm.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
I can't even. Let me find a more open area. I don't know.
Try and get a picture of this thing while the hail's lit up a little bit.
Ooh! I heard it. My gosh.
Rotation's still very broad, but it's still there.
The issue is we gotta go east and then gotta go south if it's making a southeasterly turn.
Well, then
That's what it looks like.
why can't we do that?
Can't. There is a south option. 303.
You want to do it? Because if you do, we got to go like now.
What?
Like go east and then go south.
I'm trying to see how that road goes. Sure, why not? I mean, the hell is just right there.
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if we did run into the hail.
Yeah, it would.
Why?
Ready? On your windshield out. Ready,
I mean, it's worn for baseballs. We ran into softballs in Perryton and it held up. And plus, we wouldn't even run into the main core of the thing. We're almost there.
There's a big old hailstone.
Back to max 3. Yep, max 3. Okay, all the counties in pink, that's a severe thunderstorm watch. All the counties in yellow, that's a tornado watch. All the orange boxes are severe thunderstorm watches. And then south of Clayton, we continue with a tornado warning for Union County, primarily just west and southwest of Clayton. Let's go ahead and do a little radar tour here. What I want you to start with, or see to start with, is here's our radar. Eastern half of the Panhandle, pretty quiet for the next couple of hours. These storms will slowly develop eastwards. So basically, well, the northwestern, western, southwestern portions of the region getting the heaviest downpours right now. Let's go ahead and begin by going first to our tornado warned storm. If you'll bear with me for just a second, we want to get an update on that one. Okay, inside the red box, including Clayton, you are included in a tornado warning right now. The rotational part of that storm is west of town, moving southwest of town. Looks like it's probably crossed 412 and will be heading for 402. So don't travel south out of Clayton on 402 right now. If you are south of Clayton, either side of 402, prepare for very heavy rain, some large hail, which could go up to golf ball size. And obviously the tornadic rotation. Briefly, if you have a storm shelter, you want to go ahead there south of Clayton. If you don't have a storm shelter or a basement, you want to be on the lowest floor, first floor of the building you are in a small room toward the center of the house, like a bathroom, a hallway, or a closet with no windows in it. Put something to, bring along something rather to cover up your head. You want a bicycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmets, anything like that. Put on a pair of strong shoes just in case you have some damage in your area. You obviously don't want to be moving over any broken wood, any glass, any nails, anything like that. So once again, it's a tornado warning until Union County, and that's 4:30 Mountain Time. Mainly just southwest and south of Clayton right now. Let's move into the Texas Panhandle. We've got a heavy hail core that's moving over Channing right now. That will be moving in the next 5 to 10 minutes near and just east of Hartley. This may be up to briefly golf ball size hail as well, but certainly quarter size hail. And again, that will be along the highway in between Hartley and Dumas. It's going to cross that highway. Extremely heavy rain and large hail within the next 5 to 10 minutes, primarily west of Dumas, near and east of Hartley. In Channing, that rain will let up, and if you're getting hail, that will let up here in the next 5 minutes or so. Let's move a little further to the southwest. Primarily what we're looking for today is hail areas where we see the darker red color and the purple. So right along Interstate 40 west of Adrian and Vega, that's coming across the highway right now and will continue to move north of the highway, develop north of Interstate 40 here over the next 5 to 10 minutes. And you can see the orange boxes indicating the severe thunderstorm warnings. Now we've got a new cell closer to Amarillo that has come through Canyon. The potential for golf ball size hail has now moved north of Canyon, and that's going to come right up 27. So basically south of the 335 loop where 60 meets 27, if you will. North of there, the 27 corridor, either side of the highway, we've got some hail. Let me pause this for just a minute and give you an idea where this is. This is the cell right here, and it's obviously moving in the
let's make
direction.
sure you can hear me before
This
we do
yellow
this.
line right here, that is the
Okay, here's the
Interstate
weather mic
27.
check, 1, 2,
So
3,
that is
4. Can you
moving
hear
in
me?
motion
1,
again.
2.
That's
This
going
is
to
weather
come
man. 1, 2,
right up
3,
to
4,
Sundown
check.
Lane and then right up to Hollywood within the next 5 to 10 to 15 minutes at the outside. Let's make it 10 minutes. So basically the southwestern corner of the outer loop, 335, Sundown Lane, Hollywood Boulevard. 5 to 10 minutes, there's potential for some quarter-size hail coming in to your area, and you can see by the motion there that that will eventually come on toward downtown Amarillo. That's probably closer to 30 minutes away. Oops, let me get rid of that line and go a little further to the west and south. I think what we're seeing in the southwestern portion of the region, and I'm kind of doing this analysis on the fly here, is things are quieting down because we've had so much heavy rain, which is good news, but things have stabilized a little bit. So let's go east of 27 and pause this for just a moment right here. And we're going to talk about, well, come on back to now. There we go. I'm going to talk about this area of rain right here. This is untapped, unstable air, and so what this moisture is going to do is move northeastward. So within the next 30 minutes from, well, let's call it the 287 juncture from 40 to Claude to Clarendon, and then toward Memphis and east of there, that rain's going to pick up within the next 30 minutes, and the potential there, again, for some hail is going to increase. This is not a big tornadic situation. Tornadoes are possible, as we saw in Union County, but it's more of a large hail and strong gusty wind and heavy, heavy rain situation. So again, along 287, time to start looking off to the south and southwest and preparing for some heavy, heavy rain to come into your area. I want to focus back in on this canyon storm that is moving northward, because that is going to affect the larger populated area. And let me close in on that right in here. Yeah, this one's moving pretty quickly. So again, within the next 5 minutes, well, let me give you some landmarks so we can see what we're looking at here. This is 335. This is Hollywood right here. This is 287 coming out of Amarillo and on toward Canyon. So that hail core, let's say at least dime-size hail is going to go right up 27 and then meet Sundown and then meet Hollywood and the 335 loop here within the next 5 to 10 minutes. It would go there with at least heavy rain toward Amarillo in the next 20 to 25 minutes. Let me go back to the broader view and get an idea of the entire panhandle. We'll take one more look at our tornado-warned storm that is moving south of Clayton. In just a minute, we'll go back to Sheldon for a few minutes, and then Dave will be on TV on News Channel 10 coming up at the top of the hour. So once again, for another, well, the time's wrong on that. I apologize. There's some error. That shouldn't be 4:30 Mountain, because we've already, unless they've left it until then, it could be 5:30 Mountain time. Anyway, point of south of Clayton, we've got a tornado-warned storm that's going to cross the highway. That's 402. Southward towards Sedan, heavy rain, hail, and a possible tornado in that storm. There was some photographic evidence, by the way, of a skinny tornado about 15, 20 minutes ago southwest and south of Clayton. So that tornado warning storm continues. No other tornado warnings across the Texas Panhandle right now, but we do have a severe thunderstorm watch and a tornado watch. Let's throw it back over to Sheldon. Dave will be on at the top of the hour on News Channel 10.
Structure is flattening out on that one he's on. And it's nice and small and tight. It's good tight rotation when it starts flattening out like that. It's very broad.
That's the one close to Dalhart?
No, that's towards the south. That's kind of a little field. It's that guy right there. All right, so those of you joining us right now, we're heading on 214. Basically, we're going to way north right now. We're going to keep an eye on what this storm is doing around I-40, around Adrian and Vega, but we're also, I think our primary goal right now is based on what we're seeing around, is we're going to start to make our way north towards, probably not going to make it all the way to Clayton, but we're going to make our way that direction as that tornado warning storm is tracking southeast into the Texas Panhandle area right now. So we're going to basically head up and see if that thing maintains its rotation or not. In the meantime, though, as you heard Kevin was saying, seeing some showers and thunderstorms work their way from the south out of Canyon and up into Amarillo. Probably going to be packing a little bit of hail with it, and some hopefully heavy rains as well. Seeing some good lightning out where we're at. So currently on 214, heading up towards the north, getting ready to take a closer look at what we can see with this storm kind of coming out of northeastern New Mexico right now. It's tracking southeast right now, not quite the Texas Panhandle yet, but it is still tornado warned. There's been some reports of yeah, he's right. That is the storm we are closest to right now, Kevin. And that does warrant watching. We're seeing rotation tighten up. We're just southeast of Adrian right now. Want us to pivot and focus on this thing? Okay, so we're about to turn back up north up 214. We're gonna, I guess, maybe set up from there. Gonna be interesting to see. Right now, really hard. I can't actually even make out the base of it from where we're at right now. And we're just only a few miles southwest or southeast of it right now. Currently, we are about 10 miles southeast of that strongest rotation. So we're gonna try and get a little bit closer and see what we can see. Okay, sounds good. We're working on getting in a better position. Hopefully get a look at it right now. Can't make out a clear base, but we are going to get ourselves in a better position and focus on that one. Okay, so we're gonna shift our focus because look at that. That's honestly pretty solid rotation right there. Okay, so now we need to start seeing, is there another road that can take us west once we turn back to the north? Doesn't look like it. But
We're back to our original plan?
for right now, yeah, we're going to watch this one. Because, alright, so those of you riding along with us right now, currently going to be keeping an eye on, hard to see, that's the question mark right now, is that direction is where we are seeing rotation just to the west-southwest of Adrian right now. We can't make out the base of this storm, so we're going to try and get ourselves a little bit closer and hopefully get a look at the base of this storm. Right now, we do not have a visual onset rotation, but definitely seeing some strengthening rotation here as of right now. Going to be seeing the Live at 5 news program start here in a few minutes. You're going to be seeing Dave check in. We'll be doing some live shots with that as well. But right now, trying to get a good look at this structure. Hopefully, we can get a little bit closer to it. Because we're currently, I know it shows the circle over there, but we're somewhere on that stretch right now.
Right, yeah.
So we need to get there. Then I don't know. I don't see any roads. Our biggest issue right now, Dave, is once we go back up north, up 214 here, there's not any clear-cut roads that'll cut west other than I-40, which of course is underneath the rotation, so not really sure how good of a look we're going to be able to get at this thing. Copy that. Yeah, that gate-to-gate rotation's getting a little bit stout. It'll be worth watching. So that's, I mean, we got to stay on this track anyway, so just basically as soon as we get to go north on 214, we'll do that. And then hopefully, question question is once we get closer, can we actually see it? Something we can't see it right now. Rotation's getting a little messy, but it's there. Okay, yeah, so we're about to turn north here. Good. There's definitely rotation in this thing.
Welcome, friends. We're going to get right to tracking storms. It's a first alert day. We do have a tornado warning that's been up in Union County, mainly southwest of Clayton, where we've had reports of a couple of small, little brief touchdowns there, mainly open country west of Clayton. That storm continues to build down to the southeast. If you're in Clayton, you're getting the rain now. We'll hail back to your west, but the rotating part, which is not quite as organized as was earlier, coming down now southwest to text line. If you're in text line, you'll be getting to the rain, some lightning, some wind. Again, there's your rotation. Still pretty evident on radar now south of
All right, so if you're following along with us, just got a tornado warning on this storm just to the west of Adrian right now. Get our latest stuff. We got 3-inch hail possible on it as well. The tornado warning is currently radar indicated, no confirmed touchdown. This is what we're trying to get eyes on here currently. So if you're right along with us, this is currently pointed right where that tornado warning is. But as you can see, we do not have a visual on it. Radar indicated right now, no confirmed touchdowns, but that's still very favorable conditions. So if you are, this is just kind of the west of Adrian, no major kind of towns in that region. But if you do have any travel there towards I-40 west, towards the state line, I would definitely avoid that area right now. Would be stopping in, say, Vega or Adrian. If you can, do not continue travel down I-40 west because there is currently a tornado warned storm. Not a confirmed touchdown, but it is not out of the question that there is not a tornado on the ground either. So tornado warning just issued, 3-inch hail possible in this system as well. There's a county road that's tempting. But
You let me know. You told me I'll do it.
okay. Oh man. Because I really going down I-40 is not the call here.
Yeah.
But also
Next
heading
county road, take it.
let's take a look at it.
Okay.
If it's too muddy, I don't want it to get stuck. But we got to get eyes on this thing because it just went tornado warned. Okay. All right. So tornado warning, radar indicated right now. Whew, plenty of lightning, that's for sure. We're gonna try and get position, get a better shot at this, but looks like we do have a county road coming up here. But let's see what kind of shape it's in. Because if we go down a muddy road, there's no chance, there's no guarantee we're gonna get off of it. Especially in this, there's no 4-wheel drive on this. It'd be one thing if we were in the other Atlas. Golly, I really hate that we can't see this. I think if we get that way just a little bit, we'd have a shot. But we don't have it right now.
I said we do it. Take whatever county road we see.
Yeah, let's see it. Let's at least take a look at it. It's definitely worth at least taking a look. fog forming up on it. Yeah, that's right. They have a radar indicated tornado warning on it right now. We're trying to do what we can to get in position. We're going to look at some county roads because the last thing we want to do right now is head down I-40 because that's where the hail core is. So we're going to see if any of these county roads are worth taking, but trying to get in position on it. But yes, tornado warning right now on this storm west of Adrian. Radar indicated. With all the rain out here. Let's see, it looks like it's coming up right here. If it's Caliche, it might be okay. Yeah, slow down and let's at least take a look at it. So we need to get eyes on this thing. Behind us. Ooh, that's pretty boggy.
Yeah.
Dang. But it's not actively raining.
Go for it.
Yeah, we can't go down I-40. Let's give it a try.
Okay.
Be careful, though. Be careful, be careful. Avoid the puddles where you can if it gets real boggy and slick. We turn around. Pretty mushy stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yep.
What do you think? Turn around? Keep it going?
Turn around.
Okay.
Yeah, dang. Yeah, oh, be careful, be careful. Take it nice and slow. We fall in the ditch, then we are dead in the water. I should have known better. Yes, sir. Sergio with the great off-road driving here. Oh no, don't slide, don't slide, don't slide. Oh no. Oh no.
Yep.
Oh man. Oh man. Shoot.
I got you, Caleb. All right, I believe we are live on Facebook now. Just gonna double check that we indeed are.
Tighter.
Yeah, we're actually we're technically in Lubbock's viewing area, but we're still keeping an eye on some very broad rotation in the storm. The same one we've been on for the past about 30, 45 minutes now.
Some dust getting kicked up right there.
A little bit south of Littlefield, a little bit north of, how do you say that, Witherall?
Look, look at that
Witherall.
dust getting kicked up right there.
Yeah, seeing some dust getting kicked up. So definitely worth keeping an eye on, for sure. Are you sure we want to get closer? Because we're like right on this thing.
I know. This is the... I need you to control the camera here. Yeah. That's a tractor. It's back there.
Okay, I see us. Alright, I'm just gonna leave this zoomed out for now. Unless I see something else. See if the chat's saying anything. Dave's gonna take our video during his hit. Hear that?
Is he talking to Sheldon?
No, he was talking to us. Caleb just saying he's gonna take her video during Dave's hit.
Well, hey friends, it's one of those days that I bet your phone is going off like crazy. Your weather alert radio is going off and we're cutting in. It's a first alert day. We have all kinds of storms out there producing severe weather, and I'll just kind of run through a lot of things going on. For Amarillo, we're getting a lot of wind, a little bit of rain, and a lot of lightning. It's been an unusual day that we're getting a lot of lightning and thunder with kind of distant storms, but that just kind of goes to show you got to be ready for anything, and that lightning is as deadly as anything we'll face today, so folks need to be in out of that. Tornado watch for the southern part of the area. This is a severe thunderstorm watch from Hereford, Kennedy, Amarillo northward. That's going to go until 10 p.m. And we have numerous warnings, a couple of tornado warnings that we've been dealing with. We still have an ongoing one up here in Union County, mainly back to the southwest of Clayton, southwest of Text Line, north of Sedan. We have had occasional little touchdowns from this guy right here. You see it kind of spinning around. Had some touchdowns back to the west of Clayton, just little bitty guys. We've not had a big, long-lasting tornado, but it continues to rotate there between Text Line and Sedan. Looks like that's going to cruise kind of in between those two cities. And we look at what we call velocity, the rotation. You don't have any trouble picking out that rotation that has prompted this tornado warning. Again, that's going to cruise down to the southeast, probably just off to the northeast of Sedan and south of Text Line. We'll continue to monitor that. Along with that rotation, there will be rain and hail with that storm as it approaches the Texas-New Mexico line. And we had another tornado warning out here west of Adrian, but that's now been replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning. You see again a rotation there. It looks pretty good on radar just a little while ago. That rotation on near I-40, about 4 or 5 miles inside the Texas-New Mexico state line. We do have Sheldon Brashears out here. He's close enough to keep an eye on that storm. Sheldon, why don't you give us the latest on what you guys are seeing from your vantage point?
Yeah, Dave, we're currently just south of Adrian by a little ways. We're trying to get some better eyes on this storm. As you can see, it's kind of hard to make out the base on it right now. Really watching the rotation, but the latest we saw from this severe thunderstorm was radar indicated on that tornado warning, so no confirmed touchdowns as of right now, but we are working on getting ourselves in a better spot to hopefully get a good view of this storm to see what it's doing. Still pretty stout hail core on it, though, so there just I-40 west of Adrian definitely looks like a place you don't really want to be right now. So we're going to work on getting ourselves in a better position on this storm, Dave, and hopefully get some better eyes on it. In the meantime, I'll send things back to you in the studio.
And again, I'll show you folks on radar what that looks like. And you see, man, it's kind of a slow-moving storm. Very heavy rain and some hail just north of I-40 and just back to the west of Adrian. We'll continue to watch that severe thunderstorm warning with a little rotation there. Now, further to the north, this is really blowing up south of Middlewater in the vicinity of Hartley and working up towards Dalhart. So if you live in Hartley, Dalhart, Conlin, those storms are coming your way. Again, there'll be at least hail potential in there, maybe up to golf balls. We'll continue to watch that. Here's Amarillo, and a little bit of rain coming in. We had a storm fire up near Canyon with up to golf ball hail, prompted this severe thunderstorm warning. It's weakening, but boy, we're getting those downburst winds. So a lot of wind, still some lightning for Amarillo, and now the rain looks like it's picking up on the east side out towards Washburn and Conway. For most of Amarillo, that will continue off to the east. Now, further down to the south, we have these storms. Most of that south of Plainview, heading on off the east towards Logney. Let's take a quick peek at what Tanner is looking at there. They've been watching the bases of storms. clouds or funnels or anything, but they continue to watch storms in the southern part of the area. Let's come back to radar. Just hearing a loud clap of thunder here in Amarillo. These storms will work off to the east from Lake McKenzie, Kittiquay, and head out towards the eastern part of the area, say south of Clarendon, down towards Bryce, down towards Turkey, maybe Childress in time. So we'll continue to watch those. They're just not quite as intense, but a lot of rain and a lot of lightning there. The next 24 hours, what's going to happen? Well, these storms on our model run continue to kind of blow up. We're going to have to watch out for that northwestern part of the area. Kind of sending more storms our way during the evening and overnight hours, maybe some stragglers even into the wee morning hours, and then we're going to take a little bit of a break. But it's an active weather pattern. I think as we look ahead, several chances for rain, several chances for heavy storms. Now the outlook tomorrow, not quite as potent, kind of marginal for a severe storm in the north, a little downtime. Thursday, we are right back at it, at least a slight outlook for heavy to severe storms. So it's going to be a busy week. Let's run through it on our 7-day supercast. Again, 20% here for today. Once we get towards, say, the weekend, things may die down a little bit. Kevin, you have anything?
You want to back up to Hartley and Dalhart. We got a new spike, 3-body spike.
Okay.
Big hailstorm.
Okay, so we're looking at, I'm going to back you up to our radar here. We were tracking storms there south of Hartley. And it might take me a little while to get there. Okay, coming up here. So we're talking about the storms that are, tell you what. Okay, just bear with us, and while we do that, we'll get an update. Still have a rotation south of Clayton, heading down to the southeast. So folks around, say, Sedan, New Mexico, the Texas-New Mexico line, we're watching that. Occasional little brief little tornadoes back when it was west of Clayton. This guy here, this is what Kevin was telling me about, really showing just over the last couple minutes rapid intensification. That could be very large hail between Middlewater and Hartley, but folks around Hartley and Dalhart, we're going to watch that very carefully, and we'll have an update for you here at the end of the news, see what's happening your way. So that's going to wrap it up for me for now. Let's send it over to news.
Thank you, Dave. More weather and news at the break.
Severe warning.
No.
All right, for everybody watching on social media, you just saw and heard Dave give a update live on TV, talking about a couple tornado warnings in the area. None where we are right now. One of the tornado warnings just west of Adrian, and one of them still up in Clayton. Hold on, I'm taking Caleb out of my ear. Yeah, a couple tornado warnings that they're keeping an eye on in studio. The storms we're watching right now, one of them is severe warned for 3-inch hail right now. That is the storm that we've been on, I think for the past, like, what, hour now?
Yeah.
So, still keeping an eye on that. If nothing else, some very destructive hail within this storm. Again, that's in between Littlefield and Witherall. Is it Witherall? I don't know. I'm still learning the city pronunciations around here, but it's a lot closer to Lubbock than it is Amarillo. That much I will say. But yeah, just stay tuned as we keep track of these storms.
I'm in the storm behind this one.
All right, they're going to Sheldon.
It's developing a nice inflow notch.
You're looking at our feed right now. I'm wondering if that's what we're seeing right there. That might be our first look so far at seeing the base of this storm. As you can see, lowering right there. That could be the lowering of this tornado warning storm that we've seen so far. So that could be our first look at it. So hopefully that can give us a little bit of insight as to whether or not there is a tornado with this. Obviously can't tell terribly well right now. I'm going to actually zoom in a little bit. Hopefully our camera shot doesn't get too shaky, but if it does, I'll just zoom right back out. Looking like a pretty solid lowering on it right now. That looks to be, if there is going to be currently right now just maybe a couple miles south of Adrian right now. We're still on 214, just straight south of Adrian. Possibly what I believe is the lowering of that tornado warning storm right now. What we're looking at there is it looks like the bit of rotation kind of weakening a little bit, but not to say that it's completely done with any tornado producing potential. Say that again, Caleb, if you can hear me. Yeah. Good on Dave getting for us there in the chat. I'll send a picture if I can. So that's our lowering right there. That's the bit of rotation that we're looking at. Let's go take a picture there in front of you.
I'm not going down that road again. Or a road like that. Other chaser stopped there. Do you want to stop?
Nah, let's keep going. Now, if there's a paved road that gets us that direction. If we get a paved road that goes that way, 100% take it. But yeah, Clayton or something. Just not dirt. Alright, so there's our lowering. If there is going to be a tornado, that's where it is going to be. There's a good look at it. That's what we want to see.
I should have just reversed that there. Thinking about it now, straight out.
Just straight back out.
Yeah.
That would have been good too, but it's all good, all good. We made it out, that's what matters.
How much time did we kill there? 10 minutes?
Somewhere around there. That's alright though. Alright, so if we can find a place to pull off up here before we get too much into rain. If we see something like that, let's pull off. I was about to say, I think what we might have right now might be as good as it gets, so we're about to pull off and just watch it. Audio and video, or just video? Okay, no worries, we're about to pull off the road and just kind of set up and watch it, because I think this is probably as good as it's going to get, because if we get to I-40, we're going to get in a mess of stuff. Yeah, I think we got a gate up here we can pull into. Let's get this rotation to start to tighten up a little bit. Be careful with that one. Don't do that. Don't do that. No. See if there's a road right up here with this house. It's actually Clayton or something. That could work. Yeah, gravel would work. Yeah, good there. That'll be perfect.
Just put it inside.
There's competition. Honestly, I like this view right here. I think if we keep going into Adrian, we're going to get into a mess of rain and hail. And I don't want to do that.
Good little cinematography with this hut here.
All right, we're gonna stay outside Adrian because we don't get caught up in any rain. I think this is our best look at it right now.
Take a look at the vehicle. It's all right.
You're good. Battle scars.
Yep.
Nothing.
She did her thing for sure.
Hey, dude.
For
good
sure.
job. That was legit. That was good stuff. That tightening rotation on it. Oh no.
Well,
Did I take my camera out or my card out and leave it in the other? Stupid. Are you gonna have to save my life with another card?
I didn't bring them, I don't think, this time.
No, you're good.
I don't have my backpack.
I left mine in my other backpack. I don't think I have any extras in here either.
Unless they do in here.
Dude, I have like 15 cards. How do I just leave
And I
all of
didn't
them
even
at
think
home?
about bringing my SD cards.
I mean, I should have known better. I should have known better. I do know better. It bit me in the rear end so many times.
No?
Wait. What do I? Bang.
Clutch.
Let's go. I don't know what's on this card.
Down.
Sure can, Dave.
It's a nice fat structure.
If we get this thing to tighten up a little bit and get this rain to clear out, we will have the prettiest of views on this thing. Say that again? Oh, definitely, yeah. I'm waiting for my opportunity to put my head out and take a picture. Okay, mic is back on.
Damn, I guess lightning's striking over there in Amarillo, too.
Nice. Oh yeah.
I think about bringing a jacket. Oh, it's
Rotating updraft. Hoo-wee.
that looks sick.
That is gorgeous, man. That is just...
Get caught up on the storms out there. It is a first alert day. We've had numerous warnings already. For Amarillo, a lot of wind right now, a little bit of rain, but that's about all we've got. We have a severe thunderstorm watch to the north, tornado watch down to the south. We continue with that tornado warning that has been south of Clayton. Getting indications are that it's not nearly as organized. The tornado warning will expire, be replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning coming into Texas, text line right down the state line back to the west of Perico and Ware. Still a hail potential, still some heavy rain. Now we have this guy west of Adrian, a little notch on that back, a little kind of like a little hook. A supercell storm. Sheldon has eyes on that. Sheldon, you want to give us indications, anything dipping down out of that?
Well, Dave, so far not seeing anything dip down out of it right now, but as you can see, I mean, a very well-defined rotating updraft right now. You can kind of identify just a bit of the rotation in that. We're watching for a lowering. This is about the clearest look we've had at this storm so far. This is currently looking straight to the west. This kind of rotating part should be just to the southwest of Adrian right now. So far, that tornado warning is just radar indicated, but as you can see, got a pretty stout lowering here, so we're really going to continue to monitor out here. A very photogenic storm, that is for sure, but definitely with the potential to form a tornado, so we're going to sit out here and watch this until that tornadic threat goes away.
Well, nice to have eyes right on that storm right there. Let's come back to our radar, and I'll show you that. It's right there, as he said, southwest of Adrian, just south of I-40, but not moving too much. So we're going to have to watch out for some flooding, some hail west of Adrian, and if we get any kind of wall cloud, funnel, or tornado, Sheldon's right there. And and we'll pop on with video to let you know about it. This storm, middle water up to around Dalhart. Watch out. We might see golf ball to tennis ball size hail, especially Highway 54. That's building from Hartley northwest. It'll be interesting to see what happens when all that comes together. We'll be able to do that over the next hour or so. For Amarillo, again, sporadic rain, a lot of wind, but the storms are kind of moving off to the east now, away from I-27, Clarendon to Turkey to Matador. That will approach the eastern part of the area, anywhere from Clarendon, Wellington, Childress, over the next hour or so. Again, we'll have time to watch that before we come back up on the 6 o'clock news. A little downtime tomorrow. There could be a scattered evening storm, 79. We're back to first alert on Thursday. Might be a day a lot like today, so put that on your calendar. Be ready to track heavy weather on Thursday. Friday and Saturday evenings, at least some kind of scattered storm activity. We'll just take it day by day, and then this weekend, I think by Sunday and Monday, a little downtime, things start to clear out. It is a first alert day. We'll be watching things. If there's any kind of tornadic activity, we'll break in between now and 6 o'clock. Otherwise, a thorough update with Kevin coming up at 6. Keep it on News Channel 10. We'll be watching.
All right, if it gets obscured by rain, that'll make it hard to see. But very well defined. Okay, is our stream? Are they on us? Yes, sir.
You're a hell of a weatherman.
Hey, well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
He is, isn't he? Yeah, he is.
When you get to take over today?
All right. Always love stopping and chatting with viewers, that's for sure. All right, so those of you still tagging along with us here on the stream, that is a still well-defined rotating updraft. If we're going to be seeing a tornado, it's going to be somewhere around what we call the rain-free base, which is going to be right around here. Currently, well, let's make sure we're not seeing anything. Looking for anything here off in the distance. Not seeing anything right now.
Looking like it's going back up.
Seeing some good rain in it right now, so it kind of is obscuring our view down low. So we're going to be just basically scanning along here for any lower rings. So we'll zoom out, let you see the structure, because here's the thing. I mean, as much as it's interesting and intense to be up close and personal, I mean, it's hard to beat a view like that. I mean, that is about as textbook of a rotating updraft as you can get. So we're sitting here. This is just west of Adrian. Not currently a tornado warning storm, but still well-defined rotating updraft. They actually expired that tornado warning, but that tornadic threat, I wouldn't say it's gone. That is for sure. So still be vigilant if you are here in the Adrian area, but very, very well-defined rotating updraft right now. Yeah, it doesn't look, I mean, it's kind of, when it starts to flatten out like that, when you see when it's getting real broad like that, that rotation really isn't as, when it was nice and tight and small like that, that's when you're looking for those tornadoes to drop. When it's real broad like that, I mean, it's still pretty to look at. No doubt about that, but the overall tornadic threat is a lot lower, that's for sure.
You said they expired that already?
Yeah, tornado warning has been expired. It's just got a severe warning on it right now. Rotation kind of flattening out a little bit, very picturesque, but I think our overall rotation is really starting to kind of die down a little bit. Seeing several flood advisories around, but I'd say it's very picturesque, that's for sure. No doubt about that. No more tornado warnings in any part of the area right now. Ooh, some strong rotation on that one. No tornado warning, but a strong rotation. Look at it. I mean, if anything, we got some great structure. Man, this thing sure is pretty to look at. Seeing some really tight rotation down near Morton right now, but this one here, the rotation isn't all that impressive, but man, this updraft is gorgeous.
A little hail. Little pea-sized.
Pea-sized hail? Mm-hmm. I'll report that. They just went tornado one on that one up near text line again.
Where's that one?
Up by Clayton, yeah, Dalhart.
Shall we?
Oh, here, they're about to do a cut-in. Hold on. We'll holler at them. Let's watch this for a second. Got tornado warning for Dalhart County. So Dave's about to come on air right now with the latest on that. If you're with us on stream, new tornado warning just issued for up near text line up in Dalhart County. Still radar indicated, but still some rotation. That's the same storm that came in from Clayton. No tornado warning on the storm we're watching, but as you can see, still see some very, very broad rotation. But I will say the overall rotation is getting a lot more messy. It's a lot more what we call kind of smooth. So definitely not near as much of a threat as it was. But stand by. Kevin's going to be coming in here for a little bit with an update as this new tornado warning has just been issued. Look at that. Golly. That is just, I mean, textbook as it gets. I'm glad I found that card. I gotta keep.
Imagine.
Bro, I've got to get better at that. I have 1,000 cards. Why don't I keep them on me? Now that I will say, for what it's worth, the air's flowing into it.
It's not out of the picture.
That's inflow. As long as there ain't air coming out of it, air's coming out of it, it's dying. Air going into it, it's growing. So I mean, it's not.
Nope. Okay, thanks for staying with us here. You may have noticed on the bug on the top of your screen there, we have a new tornado warning. This is going to be for Dalhart County. The entire county is not under a warning, but the entire county is on for unbelievable heavy rain and strong gusty winds here for at least the next hour. The tornado warning is this red box right here. It is just to the west and northwest of Dalhart. Once again, here's the box. That's the county line right there. That's the tornado warning right there. The rotating part is right here, just south of Highway 87. This warning will be in effect until 6:15 at this point. Again, Dalhart County, new tornado warning. Let's review our severe weather plans. Storm shelter if you have one. Again, northwest of Dalhart. You are not included in Dalhart, but storm shelter if you have one. You want a basement if you have one. If not, you want to be on the lowest floor of the building that you're in toward the center of the building. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. Bring along something to cover up your head. Sofa cushions are great. Any kind of helmet is great. Go toward that small room toward the center of the house, like a bathroom, a hallway, or a closet with no windows in it. Again, that primarily south of 87. Now, outside of the tornado warning, here's the southern portion of Dalhart County right here. We have a new thunderstorm cell with little pockets of that purple, which is probably, well, nickel to even up to quarter-size hailstones. But this is exceptionally heavy rain.
Confirmed golf ball, Dalhart.
Golf balls in Dalhart. Okay. Oh, very good. Okay, so that's a new cell right there. This has been the point with all of these cells. They're going to have the potential to produce hail very, very quickly. They'll last for 5, 10, maybe as much as 15 minutes, and then that individual cell will weaken and a new pocket will come up. So this is what I started to say here. We've got this cell heading northward, this one heading southeastward. As they converge, that air can do nothing but rise, which is going to create new rain, new hail, and extremely heavy runoff. So flooding threat is going to continue, and I know it's kind of tough to see, but see the lighter green box here that goes south of Dalhart? That's a flood advisory. These two storms are coming together right now over the next 10 to 15 to 20 minutes, and exceptionally heavy rain will continue. Runoff will continue as well. As we get closer to sunset tonight, the runoff will continue. So a reminder, anytime you see water going across a roadway, please do not drive across it. Anywhere across Dalhart County right now, please do not drive across any roadway that has any water going across, and be prepared for any heavy runoff. So once again, new tornado warning here, the western portion of Dalhart County. It does not include Dalhart at this point, but this is the rotation signature right there south of 87. It will continue to drift southeastward. The good news is, I think, over the next 5 to 10 minutes, this approaching cell will disrupt this rotation in the storm cell enough that it will probably weaken it a good bit. So once again, I think we're out in open country south of the highway, northwest of Dalhart. But all of Dalhart County, you're going to get extremely heavy rain, the potential for quarter, maybe even some golf ball size hailstones, and that extremely heavy runoff will continue as well. We're going to go back and do some analysis, but again, that tornado warning will continue until 6:15. We'll come back a little later in the news, keep you posted, and of course have a full report on News Channel 10 News coming up at 6 o'clock.
Coming back again.
Zigging and zagging. All right, Dave, have you got a copy? So it looks like our show here looks like it's about to come to an end. It's kind of fizzled out. It was real pretty there for a second, but what do you think our next move should be? No worries. I don't know if you can see our stream or not, but ours is pretty much falling apart. I was gonna see what you think our next move should be. I'm thinking probably heading north because this one, I mean, it's all but fizzled here. Yeah, I could kind of see that, yeah, because I'm thinking that because, I mean, that tornado warning storm is about to just smash into that big old cell over Dalhart. And, I mean, that's just going to disrupt it all kinds, but maybe head up that direction just to see what comes towards Amarillo. All right, let's go up to I-40. Copy that, repositioning now. All right, so let's go up to I-40 over to Vega and then go basically like we're going to Dalhart. Because there's no use in going up towards that tornado warned one because it's about to smash into that thing, and it's just gonna either dissipate or because we'll head up right around here. Because this one, I mean, the shape of that storm still, I mean, has a potential. So if it kind of flows this direction, so. Those of you running along with us here, as you can see that cell that we were following, that strong updraft, it's pretty much falling apart. We're not completely giving up on this storm. We are repositioning up towards Vega. Got a pretty good rain shaft right there. But that is actually the remnants of that updraft. As you can see, it's pretty much falling apart. Not to say that this storm is done. The tornado warning was canceled, so we're just going to continue to keep an eye on this particular storm. But right now, obviously, that main rotation, that main tornadic threat has ended. Still keeping an eye on things. Of course, we have that tornado warning up towards the north, but for us, we are on 214 here just south of Adrian. We're going to be working our way up. We're going to see what's happening there on I-40. Might get into a little bit of rain and some hail right there, but that current hail core is not super strong. That severe thunderstorm warning right now is $half sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So, not nothing. Yeah, so basically once we get to I-40 and then go east down I-40. All right. Let's see what we're dealing with. Amarillo didn't get much, it doesn't look like, unfortunately. Got some rain. Get ourselves into a little bit of some rain and hail here. Next, let's see where the rain's heavier, just right there. Kind of point at this farm over here.
Car needs a wash.
Yeah, I'd say.
After we've been through.
Did a little off-roading. That's good lightning right there. That's what we haven't seen a whole lot of yet. It's some good lightning. Get out some rain and get to see if we can get some lightning pictures too. I know I did a terrible job packing my bag today. That's not that much. see, look at that. That's not to say that it's going to kill its potential, but it's going to be. Say that again, Dave. Yeah, about to hop on I-40 east, heading towards Vega. It looks nice and wet here. We got some good rain up in Adrian. Yeah, so let's go right here. Doesn't look like traffic is necessarily slowed down at all. That's a good thing.
The strongest part right there.
Vega. Right, hopping on I-40 East right now, so you can see what road conditions look like. It is nice and damp. Seen some Amadas kind of around. Pan the camera around a little bit here. Give you look at some Amadas clouds right there. So this is looking off. That was our rotating updraft about 20-30 minutes ago that we were looking at. Obviously not near as impressive as it was. That's looking off towards kind of that stronger part of the hail core. They're just straight to, that's looking straight west right now. It's behind us, so we're currently heading east down I-40. This is currently, as you can see, looking off towards the west, some of that heavier rain. Looking to head to Vega, and then we're going to head north up 385, see how things look up that direction as we're seeing that. That tornado warning storm is about to just basically smash straight into that cluster of showers and thunderstorms up here in Dalhart, up in Dalhart County. So that's going to be the next real area of activity that we really watch for here, as things are kind of coagulating almost. Really kind of shifting our focus more north and northwest now. We got emergency vehicles up here.
Traffic or something happens.
Got a trooper or sheriff or a sheriff in somewhere in a hurry.
Well, good evening once again. Wanted to get you an update on our tornado-warned storm in the northwestern portion of the region. That's Dalhart County, northwest of Dalhart. There is some good news. We think we see some weakening of that rotation. There's going to be bad news with regard to heavy rain across all of the county, but the tornado warning continues in this red box right here, just northwest of Dalhart, just a few miles. The tornado-warned cell is moving southeasterly, just along and just 2 or 3 miles south of Highway 87. Now, we've had another cell come in northward. It's meeting these two. That's good news in that it's going to disrupt the tornadic rotation, so that tornado activity seems less likely. But as these two cells merge, which they're doing right now, it's going to produce extremely heavy flooding rains across the central western portions of Dalhart County. Let's go to the velocity product right here, zoom in a little bit. Here is the tornado warning polygon right here from the border eastward. So Perico, and then near and just west of Ware, you are officially included. This is the rotation that again is being disrupted. So it looks less like it is rotating and there would be a tornado on the ground. The warning will continue at least for a few more minutes unless the Weather Service cancels it. We'll have an update at the top of the hour here on the news. But again, the tornadic rotation is weakening a little bit, but heavy rain for all of Dalhart County will create a flooding threat here for at least an hour, probably on towards 7 o'clock. Cannot emphasize enough the exceptionally heavy rain that will come down all across Dalhart County. So once again, a few more minutes on the tornado warning for Dalhart County, west and northwest of Dalhart, does include Perico and Ware. The rotation signature is south of 87 and weakening a little bit out in open country. So we'll be back at the top of the hour with another update. Stay with us here at News Channel 10.
As you run along with us, as you can see, you got the storm activity up towards the north right now, but off towards the south, things are really quieting down right now. We'll pan the camera around to the south. We're actually seeing a little bit of clearing. I mean, of course, further south, you'd have to go down around Littlefield, Loveland, Abernathy before you start to see any more storm activity. So things are really quieting down here around us as of right now. Not to say that we're completely done, because the thing right now that we're watching for is once this tornado-warned storm and that storm up near Dalhart that Kevin was just talking about, once they kind of just smash into each other, they're probably going to merge a little bit, and then everything's going to start to track east-southeast after that. So it's going to be interesting to watch the tracks that those storms take as they merge. But for us right now, we're heading east down I-40. We're going to head up north, up 385 towards Vega. Some good lightning off towards the north there. We're going to see what happens if we kind of move up towards the north-northeast a little bit and see how things might shape up off that direction. We'll give you a look up towards the north where the bulk of that. Woo! Right as I turned away, that was a big lightning strike. They're just to our east. Everywhere I turn the camera away from is where the big lightning hits. I swear the lightning is camera shy sometimes. Dang, they got 2-inch hail. That's Tanner in that.
Well, good evening. Pretty chaotic day across a good portion of the Panhandle. Let's check our watches first. Southern portion of the Panhandle, all the counties in yellow, that's a tornado watch, and that goes until 9 o'clock. All the counties in pink, including all of our New Mexico counties and most of the Oklahoma Panhandle, that is a severe thunderstorm watch, and that goes effect until 9 o'clock. Each of the orange boxes is a severe thunderstorm warning, and there's a tornado warning for parts of Dalhart County currently. Let's go to the radar. Hit and miss showers, some heavy rain and thunderstorms going to continue for a couple of more hours. These have the potential, all of them, to briefly produce some large hail, and it may go up to quarter size or even a little bit larger. But right now, the primary concern in the western and southwestern portions of Dalhart County is this storm cell right here that has some rotation on it. It has weakened a little bit and become disrupted by an approaching thunderstorm cell that's going to cause a bigger problem for pretty much all of Dalhart County for at least an hour or two, and that is extremely, extremely heavy rain, which will likely rest of the Panhandle for the thunderstorm potential for the rest of the evening. Let's go over to news.
Kevin, thank you. Coffee report.
All right, so just getting word from the National Weather Service that this storm behind us here, I'll pivot this camera around here. See lots of good lightning off this direction. My goodness. May just have to stop and get pictures of that if it gets good enough. But looking off towards the west at this storm over the top of Adrian right now. What you're seeing there looking down I-40. Currently that is going to expire here in 14 minutes approximately, so we're going to be seeing that expire here pretty soon. So they're believing that that will continue to drop below severe criteria, which means the hail is not that big of a threat, winds are not that big of a threat either, so therefore they're going to let that severe thunderstorm warning that you're looking at right there west towards Adrian, that is going to expire. We're still continuing on our current plan, where we're going to be heading over towards Vega and moving up north up 385, so that's kind of our target area right now. We're seeing lots of good lightning in this one. Really curious to see what's going to be happening with this system once it kind of all converges with that tornado warning storm. That tornado warning still going strong, as you heard Kevin saying. That is still going strong right now. Still radar indicated, so no confirmed touchdown with that particular tornado warning. But we're going to be heading up towards that direction, kind of see what happens with this cluster of storms as they form up. Keep riding along with us. Keep dropping those questions in the comments, whether on YouTube, on Facebook. Keep those comments coming. We'd love to see what you guys have to say, what questions you might have, all that good stuff. Keep those comments coming, and I'll be getting to them as I see them. I got my Texas driver's license.
Really?
Amarillo DMVs couldn't see me for like a month and a half, and they got me in like 2 days.
Yeah, I did the same.
So
I lived in Perryton, I went to Pampa.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I'll drive to Vega for that.
I don't think I ever, well, okay, never mind. I just saw this building. I was about to say, I don't think I've ever been to Vega, but I remember that building.
There's their DMV right there.
Very DMV-ish like.
Ooh, there's some good lightning. We finally got that on camera. It's actually just north of here a little bit where I got what I believe is my best lightning picture ever. With my lightning trigger.
Best lightning picture ever?
That's my personal best lightning picture ever, that's for sure. Pull it up. It's actually just north of here. Got that bad boy.
Oh, dang.
See it hitting a turbine.
That's sick.
was about 3 years ago, I think I got that one. It was right up here, actually. It was one of those turbines off in the distance. So if we see good lightning, I'm not opposed to stopping. Okay, still seeing rotation in that text line storm. Let's see what that is. Showing it. Yeah, let's see what we can get up here. If we just start getting like a lightning show, we'll just...
I've driven through a lightning show.
Yeah.
Scary and nice at the same time.
It can get intense when they get close. Yeah, it was actually just right up here. Right across there. So just kind of seeing a little bit of a mess of kind of just some light showers right now. Currently not in the path of any severe thunderstorm warnings, but we are driving north. This is 385 that we're going up right now. Kind of heading up towards Channing right now. Heading up towards Channing currently. Dropped a whole loaf of bread.
Right, that's a whole loaf.
A whole loaf of bread. See a snack right there. My goodness. We'll pan our camera around here a little bit. Like I said, keep those questions coming, or if you got any reports, anything crazy you saw, let us know in the comments of our Facebook, YouTube streams. I'm keeping an eye on both of those right now, so just keep those comments coming. We love to see what you guys have to say. Like I said, we're in the middle of repositioning right now, so probably not going to see anything too exciting from us, but we've got some good photogenic clouds, that's for sure. We always love to see that. As much as we love to see the crazy weather, we love to see just pretty structure as well. That can be just as fascinating. Got Vanessa here asking if we're going to see a storm in Amarillo. Right now, Amarillo's kind of in the clear, but the thing is with these storms up towards the northwest right now, that could push off our direction. It could push towards the southeast, which could put Amarillo in the crosshairs, which if you go based off of the model runs did kind of pick that up happening. As that pushes off towards the southeast, that would put Amarillo in the crosshairs probably a little bit later on this evening. So I wouldn't say Amarillo's completely in the clear completely. We're in the clear for right now. But I would be keeping an eye to the sky, keep an eye on your First Alert weather app, keep watching our stream. We're going to be keeping going until basically it gets dark, and then see how things look closer to Amarillo. So we're currently heading north up 385, see what we can see. Thank you, Vanessa, for that comment. Let's see what things are looking like on the models right now. Right now, I mean, I'd say here in the next probably after sundown, but probably going into about maybe the 9 to midnight time frame is when we can kind of see that stuff that's kind of mashing together up in the northwest. It could probably start to push our direction and then push across the Amarillo area, then down off towards the southeast. That's probably going to be our next shot. We're going to what the other models are showing, but that's if you go based off of that, which I don't see any reason to not believe that. So yeah. reporting thunder for the most part in Amarillo. Yeah, like I said, probably going to be all you see for right now at least. Got a few lightning strikes off that direction. But like I said, that's probably it for now. Not going to be the end of it, that's for sure. Really watching this stuff up towards the northwest right now is our bulk of activity. Got questions about Dalhart. Dalhart, you've got some good heavy rain heading your direction, if not over the top of you already. That's going to continue to track its way your direction. So right now, just seeing some rain showers, looks like in Dalhart. Friona, folks asking about Friona. Friona, you're in the clear for right now. Really, your best shot, like I was mentioning just a second ago, talking about that system pushing in from the northwest over the top of Amarillo. Really, your best shot might be if that continues to spread out and push that way overnight, but that'll probably be after midnight that things really continue to push your direction. We're not seeing any what we call new convection, no new storms popping up. Borger, is Borger going to get hail? Right now, no. Things are quiet currently. Like I said, really most of the area right now, unless you're up in the northwest, what's all going to hinge on right now is if that system meshes up together and then pushes off towards the east-southeast. Places like Borger, Amarillo, even as far south as Friona, your realistic next best shot of seeing any rain is going to be what that part of the system does, because then otherwise you're seeing children next in line for some weak thunderstorms. So I'd say if you're anywhere...
All right, folks, Dr. Dave, you got Kevin Selby behind me. Sheldon and Tanner are out in the field right now. Kevin's about to come on with a TV update. While we wait on that break, I'm going to give you a quick little tour of the radar, see what's going on across the area. A lot happening right now. Tell Sheldon I'm on. We got a big cluster of storms. So these have merged up in the northwest around Dalhart, say Felton, Oklahoma, Boise City, these areas. Very heavy rain. The tornado warning has just expired there in Dalhart County. So some good news there. We're going to track these storms as they get a little closer to Amarillo. By the way, you see Amarillo now, storms starting to develop along Highway 385 out to the west, right about in here. We don't know exactly how that's going to evolve, but this could be the next round. These are heading a little more west to east. So if that blossoms a little bit, that might be our next round. If you're off in the southeast, anywhere, say, from LaFours, east to Pampa, Wheeler, Shamrock, Memphis, Childress, got a big cluster of rain heading off the east. It's just not as intense, not quite as unstable down that way. So we're not quite as concerned about severe weather there, but certainly up in the northwest. We get up there, again, a close-up look. Dalhart, back towards Stratford, and Clayton, Boise City, Felt Keys, those areas. That's just solid, heavy rainfall. We're concerned about
how many?
Flooding. 25%. This is slowly working its way off the east, maybe southeast. Pockets of hail. There will be some down around Amherst, maybe off the east of text line, back to the northwest of Stratford. These could be nickel to quarter hail events. We're just going to watch that. But this
5
is
seconds. Stand by.
nothing else. Very heavy rain. Now we're going to let Kevin take it on TV. So stand by. We'll be picking them up and then we'll see about it.
Well, good evening. Another active day across the Panhandle. We'll get a review quickly of our watches. The southern portion of the Panhandle, that's tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight. All the counties in pink over the border into New Mexico and parts of Oklahoma Panhandle. That's a severe thunderstorm watch that goes until 10 o'clock tonight. We've got very active radar. So let's go there and talk about the northwestern portion of the region first. The good news is the tornado warning, even though the red box is still there, the tornado warning for Dalhart County was canceled a few minutes early. It's scheduled or was scheduled to go to 6:15. It's got just a couple more minutes, but again, that was canceled early. The big problem for at least another hour, maybe 2 hours at the outside, is going to be runoff from these two thunderstorm cells. See this one coming northward, and this was our tornado warned storm. When they merge like that, that is exceptionally heavy rain. It's going to continue for at least another half hour or longer and create a flooding problem across a good portion of Dalhart County. Fortunately, that did not get to Dalhart. But elsewhere, we've got just west of Stratford, just northwest of Conlin. Here's a little updraft right here where we see the purple coming in. That is the potential for quarter size or larger hailstones. It'll last for about 5 or 10 minutes, and then it will weaken, and then another cell may pop up in another spot. Same story here near Amherst. We see a new updraft there creating the same same potential for some large hail. Once again, the rotation south of 87, south of Perico, and west of Ware has weakened tremendously. That's why the Weather Service canceled that warning. To take off the radar, give you an idea again of the flooding potential, pretty much all of Dalham County and most of Hartley County, even though we're not getting as heavy rain right now, the runoff potential is going to continue for a little while longer. This storm did have a tornado warning a little earlier. Sheldon was on it. He watched it very carefully. He had quite an interesting lowering just west of Adrian and near the New Mexico border, but you can see it now is weakening and moving eastward. But if you're not getting rain in Vega here, you will in the next couple of minutes, and some pea-sized hail is possible. Very heavy downpours, a lot of moisture in the air. So this is right along 40. So going westward out of Amarillo, or coming eastward from the Texas-New Mexico border. I think that cell's going to last, and it's going to reduce the visibilities for driving. So if anybody, any truckers or anything like that going westward out of Amarillo or eastward toward Amarillo, that cell is going to continue. Let's look into the southeastern portion of the region, from Memphis southward through Childress and eventually on toward Quanah and southward toward Paducah and Seavey. This is not severe. It is very, very heavy rain. A little pea-sized hail is not out of the question, but it's going to be a wet slog from Memphis southward to Childress, southeastward to Childress, and eventually on toward Quanah as this band goes across the highway, 287. That'll be in the next, say, 20 to 30 minutes. Just on the edge of our area, that one has spiked a little bit just southwest of Abernathy. That's probably got some golf ball size hail. That's going to go south of, across rather the highway south of Abernathy or near Abernathy along 27. Same story with that cell heading toward Levelland. If you know anybody there, there's some big hail coming in that direction and some smaller hail, maybe to quarter size heading toward Morton. Let's spend a minute on the computer forecast model. A little later on tonight, this is the stuff here that's in Dalham County now. It's going to move eastward toward Perryton, go across Spearman, and eventually north of Canadian, but it should, as it hits more stable air, start to weaken a little bit. Heavy rain potential going to continue. This is the batch heading toward 287 in the next hour or two. That should also weaken and go into the southwestern portions of Oklahoma. Here's 8 p.m. right here at Perryton, still some heavy rain there. Now, let's go into Wednesday. This is one model, but watch what happens. We start the day with variably cloudy skies. This is new information, but we're going to probably have to increase the chance for some scattered showers and do some thunderstorms, do some analysis as we get closer to tomorrow night and then later on tonight. But here's 5 p.m. Look into Union County and watch this line develop. Again, one model. We're going to watch them, update you through the evening, and especially at 10 o'clock. But here's 8 p.m. right here. That entire line will sweep eastward across the entire panhandle. That's 11 p.m. right there. And by midnight or 1 or 2 o'clock, it should move on. One model. We're going to keep an eye on it, keep you posted through the evening, and on toward 10 o'clock tonight. So let's put the rain chance at 40% tomorrow, mainly later in the day, 79 for the high. Another disturbance comes by on Thursday. That increases the chance for showers and thunderstorms. Some could be severe once again on Thursday. Then some scattered showers and thunderstorms, lower rain chances on Friday and Saturday. And then I think by the first part of the upcoming week, things clear out a little bit with some sunshine. We'll warm back up to high temperatures near 90.
Stand by, Kevin.
Once again, the tornado warning for Dalham County has been allowed to expire. We'll come back with another radar update here in just a little bit, guys.
Kevin, thank you. The presidential election is inching closer.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Yep, so back on us, still heading north up 385. As you heard from Kevin, that tornado warning did expire. They did allow it to expire there, so it is completely done. That tornado warning is, but still very prominent severe weather threat. 5. So we're going to see that direction, seeing some spectacular lightning. That's for sure. Currently dry, not being rained on right now, but I expect that to be changing probably here pretty soon. I guess wherever Tanner and Alex are, they have a good shot.
They tossed it to Tanner.
What's that?
They tossed it to Tanner.
I think they're still on us right now. On Tanner Street.
Okay, hey folks, Doppler Dave back, just showing you some pretty pictures coming from Tanner Brammer, Alex, one of our intercept crews, and they're down by Spring Lake, Earth. And just gorgeous shot of an anvil, some amatis underneath that. So just keeping tabs on that. We also are.
There you go.
Okay. This is a live shot from I'm sorry, Sheldon heading up 385 north of Vega, getting into all that mess up towards Dalhart and Hartley. And that's kind of what I wanted to show you now as kind of do a quick tour of radar. You see a lot of action taking place for Amarillo. We're watching this development out near Adrian and Vega. Not severe right now, but filling in a little bit, and it's heading in our general direction. So that may be the next chance of rain that we get. But certainly, by all means, the main show is up here to the northwest. This big conglomeration of rain getting around Stratford, Dalhart, Texline, and Clayton. Flooding rains, some hail, no tornado warnings right now, but a lot of heavy action out there. I'm going to send it over to Sheldon out in the field again. Sheldon, take it.
All right, thanks, Dave. Yep, so like you said, getting in position right now. We're getting close to Channing right now. Just going to see what's kind of happening. Like you said, I think that's a great way to put it. Just kind of this mess of storms up near Dalhart right now. It does look like the hail core is more approaching Stratford. It looks like since those cells have kind of merged a little bit, it looks like they're taking on more of a linear shape. So that's going to really up the hail and wind threat with that. We're currently heading up 385 just to see what we can see. We're approaching the Channing area right now. But just kind of keeping a close eye on things, seeing how things are shaping up from out here. Overall, been an uneventful drive from 385 up to where we are at. That line of storm, seeing some great lightning. That's one thing. There's been no shortage of that. But currently, that severe thunderstorm warning over Adrian has been allowed to expire. So that's just some light showers, weak thunderstorms. Highway 60, that whole corridor is cleared. Once you get south of Adrian, you got to go all the way down south of Littlefield to still see some activity in some places. But we have a big line of thunderstorms though right now. Let's see what hail could possibly be looking at this thing here. Got some pretty impressive hail cores right now, just kind of outside of places like Stratford, Texoma, as of right now. I've seen the reports from everybody there in our Facebook and YouTube chats. Always love to see what people are seeing there on the ground. Once we get closer to this, if we can stay out of the rain, we'll have a great view of some good lightning. Golly, did you see that one? Man, that was another one where it like flickered for a while. Nice. Love it. If it keeps doing that, maybe we'll look for some pictures. Okay, what's up? Yes, yep. Nope, we're bebopping along here. Working on. Yeah. Right now, not much to really report, so we're just riding along.
Downtown looks good. I mean, you got a mixture of Mamadas and distant rain.
Yeah, I'll use that one.
Okay. Okay, I'm not hearing Sheldon. Is he talking?
They just haven't been saying anything.
Okay. I hear road noise, but Sheldon, you hear me?
Yes, sir, Dave. I got you live there. What's up?
How about some chatter? We're on you, so you want to chatter a little bit?
Yeah, we can talk about that a little bit. See what's happening in the comments here. See what's going on. All right. Currently heading up 385 right now. Haven't gone through Channing just yet. Probably going to take a stop in Channing and just kind of see what things are shaping up like as we get closer. Still watching these storms just kind of continue to evolve here. Seeing that storm kind of start to line out a little bit. Getting some great lightning, that's for sure. It keeps on popping off. Which is interesting, it's popping off that direction because there's, I mean, it's that little thing, which doesn't get really all that impressive on radar, but I mean, the lightning it's putting out is unbelievable.
Mother Nature.
It's the wonder of nature, baby. Got people asking about Dumas. Dumas probably maybe just seeing some light sprinkles right now, but this line of thunderstorms that you are seeing, let's see, make sure I have everything lined up right, that you are seeing there on the top left corner of your screen. If that starts to take kind of an east-southeasterly track, it'll certainly have Dumas in the crosshairs, but right now Dumas is looking more quiet than anything else here as of right now. If you have any questions about the forecast, keep dropping them there in the comments. I'm monitoring our Facebook and YouTube feeds right now, so I'll be trying to answer whatever questions we can get to, whatever ones I do see. Currently, like I said, heading north up 385. You can also follow along in case you are wondering where we are at, and I haven't said it in a little while. Look at the bottom of your screen right there. As you can see, U.S. Route 385, Vega, Texas, heading north. That is correct and accurate. We are getting one step closer to Channing right now, so keep riding along with us here on 385 north. Seeing some beautiful countryside out here and just some light rain showers, not much else. A little bit of lightning here and there, so keep riding along with us. See if you catch anything good. Structure was unbelievable.
That was pretty good.
That was some of the best stuff of the day for sure. Other than getting an actual tornado, it's pretty good stuff.
It definitely made my highlight reel.
Good, good. Getting close to Channing. Channing camera, we might be able to wave hello as we drive by. right, good deal. Probably going to be taking a pit stop up here in Channing, so just making you aware of that. We're going to make a pit stop up here in just a little bit. Seems like everything's going on smoother today.
Yeah. Caleb is in house today.
What's that?
I said Caleb is in house today.
That helps.
All right. Hey, friends. Doppler Dave here. See Kevin getting ready to pop on TV. We're just kind of watching a lot of storms out there, and let me kind of show you what we have across the area. Okay. A lot of storms. Again, the main show right now is this northwest cluster, and Kevin will really detail this, but we're getting close to Highway 54, getting close to Stratford. Dalhart, you've been in and out of rain, and then it picks up again there, southern part of Union County from Clayton to Texas. What you got?
Nichols and Wheeler.
Okay, so getting a little stronger out in Wheeler. Storms have kind of blossomed there. Nickel-sized hail going to be possible there at Wheeler as that heads up to around Allison. So we'll continue to kind of keep tabs on that. As far as Amarillo is concerned, there is activity out to the west around Vega, fairly heavy storm there. Not severe right now, but it looks like it's one of those borderline storms. There might be some sub-severe hail in that. That would be, you know, less than quarter size. And that's going to be coming down I-40. So Wildorado, Bushland, maybe Amarillo. We just have to wait and see how this stuff holds together, if it congeals or if we get any individual storms towards us. Right now, we don't know. It remains to be seen. But it's going to be active in this northwest quadrant for quite some time. And one of the threats now is really going to be flooding. Just so much rain in that one area. Hail potential looks pretty significant there. Extremes to let's call it the panhandle of Union County, if you will, as those storms migrate and head off to the east. There is more rain from Shamrock down to Wellington and Memphis, the southeast. That'll be coming into Childress also. Just looks like we're keeping that below severe intensity, a little more stable down that way. Quite a bit of rain, lightning, but not giving us problems with severe weather. So still going to be busy for the next few hours. Just going to have to wait and see how we evolve out here in the west. Plenty of rain, some pockets of hail. We don't have any tornado warnings right now. In fact, it's been a while since we've had any new tornado warnings. Certainly some good news there. So we're continuing to monitor. I just know that we'll do continuous feed in and out of the field. We'll send it out to our chasers, see what they're looking at. Kevin's about to do TV stuff, and then we'll be monitoring until this dies down. So stand by. Here comes Kevin with a complete update.
NewsChannel 10's first alert forecast with meteorologist Kevin Sully.
Okay, another quick radar update here, but first a picture looking westward from downtown Amarillo. I think I saw a lightning strike there with a cell that is just east of Vega now and coming in toward Bushland and Wildorado. That will continue moving eastward toward Amarillo, and I'll show that one to you on the radar here in just a second. Here's the broad view. Scattered showers and thunderstorms going to continue for a couple of more hours. The heaviest rain, which is now starting to, thankfully, weaken a little bit, has been across Dalham and Hartley counties, but it came down big time. If you're there, you know it, but the runoff is what I want to make the point of. That's going to continue for at least an hour, so please do be aware of that if you're going to be out and about now into the evening hours, especially after dark tonight. This cell just south of Amherst, just over the border into New Mexico, is producing extremely heavy rain and probably up to, briefly, golf ball size hail. It is going to continue moving southward. Will it make it to Narragansett? I don't think so, but do know that within the next 20 to 30 minutes in Narragansett, something may approach you from the north. Here's that cell we saw on the tower cam. Here's Amarillo right here. So Bushland, Wildorado, rain's going to pick up. And actually, this is increasing a little bit just north of the highway. Now, it's largely out in open country, but if that continues to strengthen, I'm not sure it will, but some small hail possible on the northwest side of Amarillo. That's the outer loop right there, 335. So that's still a good 20 minutes away, but it is approaching from the west. We've got this cell in Wheeler that's now with the potential to produce nickel-sized hail as it comes through town. If you are east of town and toward the Oklahoma border right there, that cell's coming your direction here in the next couple of minutes. This is Interstate 40 right here. There's Samner Woods. So as that one crosses the Highway 83, that one may increase a little bit and drop some, well, maybe pea to even dime-sized hailstones as it approaches the Oklahoma border. This, thankfully, is weakening a little bit. Heavy rain right now in between Memphis and Childress and on toward Quanah. That's going to continue pretty quickly. I'd say within the next 30 minutes, that'll be into the southwestern portion of Oklahoma. Just as a point of information, just outside of our area, but this is 27 heading toward Lubbock. A couple of extremely strong cells. This one has now moved east of Abernathy, but this is coming into Levelland. That may be producing some baseball-sized hail in Levelland, just to the west of Lubbock. If you know anybody there, you want to give them a call. Same story in Morton. A little later on tonight, this activity is all going to shift eastward and start to weaken. This is 8 o'clock right here. From Perryton eastward, we still have some rain chance in the eastern portions of the Oklahoma Panhandle, but you see those weakening. Then as we get into the day tomorrow, variably cloudy skies to start the day. But this model, Dave and I kind of bugged out, our eyes bugged out when we saw this particular model. It's just one model, and we're going to evaluate this between now and the news at 10 o'clock. But tomorrow afternoon, most of the day is pretty quiet, but by 5 o'clock, this model is now producing a new line of storms, which look to have very heavy rains, severe potential, sweeping all the way across the Panhandle, starting around 7 or 8 o'clock tomorrow night. This would be 11 o'clock right here, and then by, I'd say, 11 o'clock, I'm sorry, midnight or 1 a.m., that should have moved on into the western portions of Oklahoma. So we're going to up the rain chance a little bit for tomorrow night, late afternoon tomorrow night. Let's call it 40% right now. We'll analyze that between now and 10 o'clock. 79 degrees for the high. Higher rain chance again and severe weather potential on Thursday with a high at 79. Not huge potential severe weather or not a huge severe weather outbreak with temperatures a little cooler, only at 79 to near 80 degrees. But the rain chance does go up again on Thursday. Comes back down to 20% on Friday, 30% on Saturday. And then we get a chance to clear out and dry out a little bit. And the temperatures rebound closer to 90 degrees for the second part of the weekend and then into the middle part of next week. We'll keep an eye on the radar. We'll be back, guys.
More animals have tested positive for the bird flu.
How they managed to get the virus, that's ahead on the news at 6.
Okay, I'm going to read.
Okay, just wrapping up that weather segment. Lindsay just tossed it out to a break here, so I'm going to do a quick little update, and then we'll send it out to Sheldon, see what he's getting into. But I just want to point out, we still have quite a few areas that we're interested in. Let me show you where the hail potential is right now. I'm going to start off in the east, Wheeler County. We've got this little guy, nickel-size hail, heading from Wheeler out to Allison. So if you're in Wheeler County, again, the city of Wheeler out to Allison, next 30 minutes, there is hail potential there, probably about nickel to maybe quarter size. We don't have a warning there yet, but we're going to keep an eye on that. For Amarillo, kind of interesting. We've got storms out to our west, and they've got a little stronger coming into Wildorado, just really north of Wildorado, north of I-40. There's a little hail potential there also. I think that's going to be similar with maybe some nickel-sized hail right now. That one's kind of interesting because it's the one closest to Amarillo, and we're going to have to watch that trajectory. Right now it's kind of close call. I'd say probably getting a chunk of Amarillo, if not all of the city. And if it continues to develop down on the southern edge, that will increase those odds. And then it's just going to come down to see how strong it is when it comes into town. It is kind of filling out there in Oldham County, back into New Mexico. That's all coming east, so that'll be stuff that we watch for the next couple of hours. And then as we go to the northwest, goodness, we still got this big old patch of rain really consolidated into a large complex of storms making its way off to the east. That's going to be on the state line just north of Stratford, approaching Texoma, approaching Goodwill, approaching Guyman. All in there is strong winds, heavy rain, some hail potential, especially west of Texoma. And then we pick it up again where it's severe in the southern part of Union County. That's going to be not too far from Amistad, north of Narravisa. That's just slowly moving down towards the Texas-New Mexico state line. Very heavy rain, hail, wind, and lightning. If you're around Dumas and Cactus, some moderate activity coming your way. Dalhart, you're in between activity, but probably turning active pretty soon. I'm going to send it out to Sheldon, see what he's doing here. Sheldon, if you're following along, you're on, buddy.
Where we're going?
Yeah.
Kind of.
All right, Dave, hey, thank you. Yeah, so right now we're still kind of heading up towards the north right now. We just went through Channing. We're heading up towards Hartley right now. Kind of keeping an eye on this just big cluster of thunderstorms. Doesn't look like it's really propagating too much in any particular direction, maybe a little bit to the east, but right now what we saw as we drove through Channing just now, maybe a little bit of rain. We're seeing lots of puddles in the bar ditches, as you can see on our stream, but other than that, really things have been kind of quiet. We're seeing lots of lightning around us. There's been no shortage of that, for sure, some spectacular lightning, but aside from that, pretty quiet conditions here as we're continuing to track our way up 385 right here, so gonna kind of see what's happening up here towards Hartley and then decide where to go after that. got a copy? Just seeing what you think about our current track. We're south of Hartley, just a little ways here. I mean, do you think just kind of see what this is going to do, or what do you think our next play should be? Yeah, Kevin, the model he just showed just kind of had really things ramping up for tomorrow, which is big change from what things were showing. Okay, we can stop once we get up to Hartley. Yes, sir, Dave. I got a copy. Yep, we will stop and see how things look in Hartley. Worth it either way. We're really starting to see those thunderstorms line up. I mean, it's kind of falling apart there in the middle, but kind of see a little bit of severe warning there, and that's how big that is. It's just a line. They're just expected to just kind of push across. That much closer to everything. Dropping my phone on the ground. pretty good rains have come through.
How dark it's looking.
Yeah. So we got like over an hour until sunset. What's that?
You want to stop up here somewhere?
Yeah. You want to stop at this gas station up here? Pit stop. Hitching post. You need to run in?
Name.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm good if we.
Good.
Yeah.
I might run in real quick. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll run in real fast.
Chasers are following like a leech.
Way down there. I'm glad we're not down there. Once we get a little closer, I might ask if Dave would want us to hit that northwest stuff so Sheldon can come in to the station, because he's working early tomorrow morning. I'd imagine he doesn't want to be out too late.
If we are, then we have to stay on this road.
All right, hey friends, it's time for a quick radar tour, see what's happening around the area. So we'll start off, and it's still tracking a lot of storms, no doubt. Now, we haven't had tornadoes in a while. This is good news, but we still have other threats. Flooding rain, still some pockets of hail. And the tornado risk is not out of here yet. We're just not seeing anything recently. Start off here for Amarillo. A lot of people are wondering what's going to happen. We got this storm out here. It's between Vega and Wildorado, about to approach Bushland and Bishop Hills. Mainly heavy rain. There could be some small hail in that. Zoom out a little bit. Still not a guarantee how much of Amarillo is going to see this. I don't think it's going to be a tornadic storm, but it's moving mainly off to the east. So if we kind of draw a trajectory out like that, it'd be something like, say the north half of the city. But there's a chance this could build south a little bit, or we might see it turn just a little bit. Right now, just know that it will be a lightning threat. We just had a lightning flash not too long ago. approaching the city. The best, I think, chance of getting some significant rain is going to be places like Bishop Hills, River Road, Rolling Hills, Tierra Grande, maybe down to about I-40, but we'll kind of watch that. Zooming out a little bit, we still have very heavy rain up to the north and some hail potential. Storms coming into Texas County now. Near Texoma, a very heavy rain is likely there, and there's some potential for hail up to nickel quarter size as that pushes from Texoma over to Goodwill. Not seeing rotations there, and Guyman definitely going to be in line for some of that rainfall. Stratford, you're going to see quite a bit of rainfall also. The lightning threat is high. Looks like the hail will stay north of Stratford as that pushes off slowly to the east. Now, we're bringing it back down to the south. Probably the most intense activity we have is still in New Mexico, the extreme southern part of Union County right there. So as we zoom in a little bit on that, you see it's staying back to the west of Dalhart. Looks like that's going to be down south of Amherst. Very heavy rain. So we're going to continue to watch that. Kevin will have an update for you here in a few minutes. And right now we send it out to Sheldon to see what he's got.
All right, Dave, thanks. Yep, currently heading north up 385. Got some nice kind of low-level clouds right here. Heading north up 385 towards Dalhart right now. Getting into a little bit of rain right now. But other than that, we're just kind of seeing quiet conditions. Nothing really too significant. Right now, even looking up towards Dalhart, I mean, the severe thunderstorm warnings are up around Stratford, Texoma, Goodwill, and then over towards kind of the Narrow Vista area right now off in eastern New Mexico. So we're going to be kind of in between the heaviest stuff, but still going to see some, hopefully some good rain, some good structure possibly. Good lightning, no shortage of that, no doubt about it. Met some folks over at the hitching post here in Hartley. Got to meet a fan who was watching the stream. So if you're still watching the stream, buddy, thanks for watching. Here's your shout out. Cloud out here. Sweet. All right, folks, just commercial break right now, giving Sheldon and Tanner a little break here. I'm going to do a quick tour on radar, see what we have out here for Amarillo. Here is the latest. We've got a storm just out to the west. We're getting some lightning pretty close from it also. It's coming into Wildredo, Bushland. We'll start to see that, and you know, getting here. Okay, yeah. No problem. Just get the right display up here for everybody to see. If you're in Bishop Hills, you're going to get some rain, thunder, and lightning
Maybe some small hail, although it looks like the threat trending down a little bit, probably going to cycle a little bit. Bishop Hills to Rolling Hills, Pleasant Valley up towards Tierra Grande, good chance of some rain. And really, you know, if we continue to track this thing out, if it's moving pretty much east, still got it into a good part of Amarillo. Better chances as you head off to the north.
Alex,
Right now, not a severe storm, but if it cycles up a little bit with either wind or hail, not out of the realm of possibilities that we get a warning there. Going to zoom out a little bit. Kevin will be discussing this in detail coming up, but still got that cluster of storms west of Dalhart and Hartley, out close to Narragansett, close to Amistad, New Mexico. Very heavy rain. That's probably our heaviest likelihood of any hail right there around the Texas-New Mexico line, right there between Logan and Clayton. We'll watch that as it comes into the western part of Hartley County. If you're Dalhart and Hartley, getting off pretty easy with mainly rain. Up to the north there, let's take a look, and we get up around, say, Stratford to Texoma to Goodwell and Guyman. This is where we have the main part of that line. Very heavy rain on the Texas-New Mexico line. If you're around Texoma, it's just going to rain for quite a while, heavily. Might be some small hail and a ton of lightning in there. Pretty much promise that. But Oklahoma Panhandle, you know, down into the northwest part of the Texas Panhandle, going to stay pretty active for a while. We got those storms blowing up in the east. They're just not as intense. From near Miami Canadian, Wheeler and Allison down to Wellington and Dodson. That's all heading off to the east, but kind of slow moving. That's going to drop some pretty good rainfall. That goes all the way down into Childress and Esteline and Quanah. Plenty of rain headed that way. Here comes Kevin with an update. We'll send it over to him.
Okay, thanks for staying with us. I want to get you a radar update. The heaviest downpours continue in the northwestern portions of the Panhandle. We got one storm that we're watching very carefully here just to the southwest of Dalhart and just southeast of Amistad. This heavy rain and this purple indicating some hail's just now coming across the Texas-New Mexico border, but we're really watching very closely this little notch right here. See at the end of the loop right in there. That's indicating some inflow and some possible rotation there north of Romero. Not a tornado warning just yet, but it is going to shift its way eastward to north of Romero and then just west and southwest of Middlewater, right along Highway 54. So if that thing tightens up, we'll come back and jump on TV, but I do want you to know again, in Middlewater and north of Romero along 54, well southwest of Dalhart, there is some potential there for some rotation. And again, coming right across the border, that is some at least quarter-size hail that will be moving eastward toward Highway 54 as well. Some heavy, heavy rain and some smaller hail starting to weaken a little bit. Wanted to point out from Texoma right up the highway again through Goodwell and Guyman. This is heading eastward, and so the heavy rain is going to pick up there, especially southwest of Guyman. There's going to be probably some pea to maybe even dime-sized hail there, also coming across the highway in the next 5, 10 to 15 minutes or so. In Amarillo, this cell is weakening a little bit, but it could have a couple of pea-sized hailstones as it approaches Bishop Hills. This is the outer loop, 335. This is downtown right here. So 287, this cell is going to come right across the TV station and the north side of Amarillo and the interchange with 335 over the next, I'd say 10 to 15, 20 minutes at the outside. Not severe, but we're going to continue to watch that. As I mentioned, we'll watch that possible rotating storm and the rest of it into and through the evening hours tonight. The potential for some strong storms is going to diminish slowly, but if we need to jump back in through prime time, we of course will. And we'll keep you posted. Thanks for joining us here at News Channel 10. No time cues?
Yeah, I was giving you time cues.
All right, so back on our stream here, pulling into Dalhart right now. Just seeing some good, just steady rain right now. Nothing really too extreme. Seeing a few flashes of lightning here and there. Technically, Dalhart not involved in a current severe thunderstorm warning, so that's a good thing. Just some good, nice rains falling right now. That's a mud-covered van. Get our wiper coming here. Ask Dave what you think, what y'all think our next move should be. Let's find a place to find a place to stop, just kind of camp out for a second. See what Dave wants to do next, because I don't know how much I want to commit to getting in and up in the Oklahoma Panhandle, just to, you know, for kicks and giggles. Yes, sir, Dave. I got a copy. Yeah, we're in Dalhart right now. Yeah, so it just kind of sandwiched between two severe thunderstorm warnings. So it's either heading southwest towards Narragansett or northeast up towards like Texoma, because they keep trimming that severe warning up that way. So maybe head southwest down 54. Copy that. All right, so we're gonna head southwest towards 54, so it's like you're going to Narragansett. All right, so those of you following along with us, pulling into Dalhart right now, as you can see, a good amount of water standing in the sides of the road. Not seeing, you know, significant street flooding or anything of that sort, which is good. Yeah. Probably won't end up all the way in Narragansett, but go that direction at least. Yeah, let's do that. So, making our way through Dalhart, we're going to work southwest down 54 towards Narragansett. Just kind of getting to that right there on 54 is basically just kind of getting to that, see what, maybe not all the way through it, but
no, we just had like storm after storm to chase.
It's been, went from kind of a slow start, but it's picked up.
Yeah.
It's picked up quite a bit. Turned into an eventful day after all.
Indeed. That's what I thought.
That's where we're going.
I've been to Dalhart. I haven't explored too much of it.
I haven't either.
Yeah, y'all, you did it.
All right, hey, I want to show you guys some storms approaching Amarillo. Let's see what this looks like on our tower camera. So if you've been watching out to the west, dark cloud coming, you see some rain falling out of it, but man, our chance of getting a lot of rain is going to be confined, I think, to the northern side of the city. So again, it's the same one we've been watching. There is lightning coming out of it. Bishop Hills is going to get some rain. I think around the North Loop,
I'm good, thanks.
they're going to get some rain. So out around, say, Woodland Park, out that way, the Woodlands, I mean, North Loop, Rolling Hills. We'll get some here at the TV station, probably here soon, but most of Amarillo, I think, is going to get some chump change on the south side of that. Just have to watch out for the lightning threat. Yeah, Kevin?
I just was out back. There's a howling east-northeast wind. It's not outflow. It can't be. It's almost like inflow, but it's not. It's coming out of the anvil.
That's interesting. Kevin says we have the wind coming in
it
like
must
this.
be coming out of this and going that, yes.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens to that. I mean, it's blowing up pretty good there around Bishop Hills. So we'll watch out for that. But it doesn't look like we have a tornado or anything heading towards Amarillo. Always some good news there. What else is going on? I'm glad you asked. Let's zoom out a little bit, and still have a lot of moderate rain up and down the eastern part of the area. So Canadian, you're getting into the rain down to Allison, Wheeler, Shamrock kind of leaving your area. Wellington wrapping up there, still raining around Childress. This is all pretty much non-severe and heading east into Amarillo. So we're not going to be too concerned about that. I just hope that a lot of folks enjoy the rain. Out to the west, still have this big old cluster. It's between Amistad and Narravisa to Hartley and Dalhart. Kind of working its way down to the east-southeast. Very heavy rain. Still some hail possible on the state line there, but that's kind of winding down a little bit. No tornadoes anywhere in our area. And then we got this big cluster causing a lot of rain there from just about Stratford northward to Texoma, Goodwill, Guyman, all the way up into Kansas. That's just a huge complex of heavy rain. We're concerned about the flooding threat. Not moving very rapidly. It's kind of drifting down to the east-southeast, it looks like. So we're continuing to watch the flood potential there. Heavy rain, some hail around Texoma. Pretty persistent there that we might be looking at some nickel to quarter-size hail. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in that area. So continuing to watch activity. Fortunately, even though we have a tornado watch down to the south, I think the tornado threat is starting to come down, really coming down. So it's going to come down to tracking areas of rain, heavy at times, some hail, a lot of wind, a lot of lightning, and we'll continue to do that until the threat kind of subsides a little bit longer. So we got, let's see, Sheldon's up in the mix there with some of that rain around Hartley and Dalhart. He's on Highway 54. We'll send it out, see what things look like with him. Sheldon, if you're monitoring, off to you.
All right, thanks, Dave. Yeah, that's right. We're just getting into position here. Just pulled out of Dalhart a little ways. We're heading towards Highway 54. Just going to kind of see what this severe warning storm just off towards our southwest over near the New Mexico-Texas state line has in store for us. Is really that's kind of some of the bulk of the activity that's left in the region, aside from the storms, of course, working their way through the Oklahoma Panhandle, up around Elkhart. Of course, all things that we pretty much expected that we were going to be seeing this kind of activity here as we go in the latter part of the evening, seeing these storms kind of move across the north. So while we're still out here, we're going to just be kind of seeing what we can find as we're currently heading towards Narravisa right now. Kind of see what this thunderstorm has in store for us. The overall tornadic threat is really, really diminished here as we go on into the evening hours. So that's some good news there. Just seeing some good steady rains here in Dalhart as of right now. Got the airport out there.
Right there.
I mean, I'd say it's keep going a little ways. Some bigger stuff. I'm gonna get close to that hill core, but I don't think we're gonna core punch or anything like that.
Where are we?
Right.
Oh,
Somebody's mic is either out of range or turned off or something. I'm just getting a blast of static in my ear. Really don't think we're gonna see much. That bad will probably call it here pretty soon. No, you're good. Just making sure y'all knew.
Hey friends, quick update here. Kevin will be on in a little while. Real thorough update for you, but you know, I just stepped out. Storm getting closer to Amarillo. Still looks like it's just going to be a rain and wind producer, although there's almost continuous thunder. I got that anvil up there and a lot of lightning there. For Amarillo, we got rain coming into the Bishop Hills, around Wildcat Bluff. Looks like it's coming into Rolling Hills, Pleasant Valley, River Road, Tierra Grande, those areas. And then down on I-40, it's just enough rain there around Bushland to come in at least for the west side of Amarillo. What's your thoughts on this, Kevin?
I was going to point out, you finish, and we go up north. There's some new hail core near Kaiman.
Well, why don't you, kind of take over and show us what you're talking about here?
Yeah. Just a new updraft here in between Goodwell and Texoma. So that's easily some quarter-size hail, at least a couple of hailstones, but some nickel-size hail there. It's right over the highway.
That rain is just not moving. It's going to rain a long time around Texoma, Goodwell, Guyman.
Yeah, that makes that runoff a problem. So as we usually say, if you don't have to go out, that's great. If you do, please don't cross any roadway that's got water going across it. I think that hail core, the purple, is going to try and develop a little bit further to the east. But in Goodwell, I would expect some hail, maybe bigger than, well, up to quarter-size hail is certainly possible with Goodwell. And there's a severe thunderstorm warning there as well at the current time, Dave. You're looking for a tower cable?
Yeah, I'm going to go for Guyman here, see what it looks like up that way.
Yeah, we might get something.
We've hidden it from me, so maybe over here. How about, no. Saw it earlier.
Well, as Dave looks for that, I will look some of the other hail cores here.
All right. Huh.
I think that's the storm of choice as far as strength right now, but north side of Amarillo is about to get clipped. You can see there's rain right over Bishop Hill, so that's going to come right eastbound on 35 and then right over the TV station here in the next couple of minutes. So the bulk of that should stay to the north of Amarillo. And it's not severe. I don't actually really expect it to be, but there would be a brief heavy downpour. Amarillo proper and south of town. There's another little cell trying to pop up south of the highway. So that will come in. It gets a very brief blast of rain on that one.
Okay, I thought I had it here.
Actually, if you've got the downtown Amarillo camera.
Yeah, we got that.
Well, it's kind of interesting, too. And we've been talking between you and me about this east wind.
Here we go.
Pan that right a little bit.
Okay, let's pull it up so we can talk about it.
Yeah.
Tower cams, don't help me. Okay, here's, this would be Amarillo here.
Yeah, pan to the right a little bit. look at the rain shafts. They're going with that downdraft back to the west. Isn't that amazing?
It is interesting. And
yeah.
There's that higher level cloud base I was talking about. That's really the underside of you know, the top of the storm. But that's where we're getting a lot of that lightning right along
Yeah, and cold, heavy air is coming out of that anvil and crashing down to the ground and actually coming back to the west, which is creating the winds that we talked about here at the TV station.
Yep.
And then look at the rain. You can kind of see those wispy areas at the top of the picture going from from the center toward the left-hand side of the screen.
Not your orthodox setup there,
no,
but
exactly, and that's what this spring has been. These are not orthodox. They have been very challenging from a forecasting standpoint.
The actual rain there, we're looking north from downtown, and that's about at the loop there, about coming into the loop. And then, again, River Road, Tierra Grande, those places, Rolling Hills, Bishop Hills, the Woodlands. What else we got out there? Quail Creek and West Cliff, those areas getting some rainfall. Coming into, looks like the San Jacinto area pretty soon, out close to the hospitals on Sonsi. Looks like there's just enough rain that I-40 north, or maybe even 34th and north, will probably get some rain, but it's not severe.
Yeah, that's going to come through downtown.
I forgot to.
In fact, let's go back.
I forgot to pull up the radar there.
Well, we might. Oh, here's the rain at the TV station.
Okay, rain hitting the TV station.
Let's pan that one back west. Maybe we can see that other side.
Okay, we'll need to get back on the tower cam. Okay, we're going back. Okay, we're on that now. That's looking north. Oh, there's a little rain shift. That's the new one. That's the right on I-40 coming around here. Okay, so that right there, that's a streak. That's the stuff that's going to be down around I-40 and in my house, if I can get it to hang in there.
No, we don't want it at your house.
Okay, coming back to radar now. Okay, there we go. That's what's coming into Amarillo. Good news.
Yeah.
Very good news. That's not tornadic. It's not severe. Rain and lightning is our main threat. You might kick up a little bit of wind. I just got a little static in my ear. I think that's probably the latest lightning flash. But again, coming through Amarillo, we got that moderate storm. And I'll come back to it here in a minute. Don't want to focus just on Amarillo. We've got a lot of other stuff going on. So a couple of the things that we're going to watch out for. Okay, the Oklahoma Panhandle, Texas County, now from about Hooker, coming into Guyman, Goodwell. Goodwell is probably ground zero on the hail. Nickel quarter-size hail going to be possible there. Get down to Stratford, we can just kind of get into the rain, so that's good news. So that's the intense, severe part. Texas County severe thunderstorm warning,
Yeah, if you go to Max 1, we got a close-up on that Goodwell, too.
Max 1, no, don't help me. See, okay, we got it here.
I think not.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. So Goodwell coming across the highway. That's 54. So if you were east of the highway, south, southeast, or east of Goodwell, potential for some hail to come to you. And then eventually, if it holds together, I would say Hardesty. But it looks like the bulk of that will stay south of Guyman. And then Hardesty, you would be next. That's probably, given the motion of this, maybe 10 to 15 minutes away. It does not look like that hail core we get to Guyman, so there's some good news for you there on that particular
Kevin, I've got a really good friend up in Texoma.
Yes.
I'm going to see what happened there.
Okay.
And pass that along to everybody. It's kind of moving out of Texoma into Goodwell right now. Yeah, right in there. There's the other one. Man, that hail core south of Amherst stayed there forever. Yep. Now it's moving out finally towards Highway 54 Romero, between Narravisa and Middlewater.
And no updraft there. That would make it toward Channing. So Channing, the rain picks up too. And
definitely looks like that's coming together. Hartley, Channing, Boys Ranch, Valley de Oro, those areas. I think it's going to really solidify and give some good rain. And, you know, we're kind of trending around to a flood threat there.
Yes.
So let's watch out for that if you're in those areas.
In fact, let me take off the radar here real quickly, and we can look at that flood area.
Okay.
There's actually, two of them. Let me get rid of that and that.
Okay, so we're looking at the area prone to flooding. It's basically Dalham and Hartley counties. Yeah, almost all of those counties in the green box there. That's where we have the threat for flooding. And I heard Kevin mention a couple of times there, and we need to reiterate, man, you find a roadway, any roadway that you see water flowing across it, that is your cue to turn around and find another place, you know.
And let's talk about the timing on that, because the runoff will go for a while. You see that flood advisory area that I've highlighted?
Yeah.
And that's Hartley and Dalham, but note the time. It goes until 8:45. Just because it's not raining doesn't mean that that stuff isn't still running off.
It ponds up and runs out of the fields and takes it a while to do that. So just, you know, even if there's not an official advisory. There's one down on I-40 or Adrian, same situation. We had all that rain earlier. It's not raining there now, but that's going to go for another 10 minutes or so. We'll see what happens there. And then the eastern part of the area, don't want to neglect that. But fortunately, this is not severe. We got rain coming up on Lipscomb Glacier, Canadian. You've had some rain.
You'll want to switch back to radar scope because you're still on max.
Okay, yeah, thank you. What I'm talking about is this stuff. Canadian, Allison, Shamrock, Wellington. Still raining Wellington and Childress to Holland. Man, that's just good old soaking rain. That's what everybody wanted out of this deal. That's going to last a little bit longer before that pushes over into Oklahoma. Back for Amarillo now. Let's see what we have. As we expected there, it's mainly in the north half of the city, but not severe. We don't anticipate any kind of tornado or anything, just rain and lightning. But it is coming down to I-40 there and maybe even to about 34th, about to come into Soncy and then come right down I-40. We'll keep an eye on that, but we don't anticipate big problems other than the threat for a little bit of lightning and maybe, you know, some gusty winds. That's about it.
Go due west because we got a new pendant here north of Logan, right there.
Okay, yeah, there's that guy out in New Mexico that continues to be very interesting, back on that west edge.
Yeah,
so
interesting pendant. I don't see any rotation yet, but
it's kind of
there.
What we're noticing is that little curvature to the radar echo, something that we'll watch. A little hail potential, mainly north of Logan, south of Amistad, really west of Narravisa. Narravisa is about right here. Lately, most of the rain and hail has been to your north. Now we're going to watch out to your west as that comes your way. Might bring a little better hail threat to Amistad or make that Narravisa here in time. Up to the north there. By the way, reports Texoma. Thank you, Wyatt. Just mainly heavy rain. So the hail potential is kind of shifted up towards Goodwill, and that's where we're looking for maybe some nickel quarter kind of hail there. Mainly heavy rain though, and there's going to be a lot of it.
And we got a gust 60 at Guyman just now.
Oh, okay, Guyman getting 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So that's the other side of the coin that goes with the storm is even without tornadic activity, a straight wind certainly going to be a possibility. So that'll be Goodwill, Guyman up to Hooker. Reports of about 60-mile-per-hour winds there.
Yeah, there's a new picture on that Logan thing too.
Okay.
That's getting healthy.
Let's take a
It's
look at
not
that.
rotating yet, but it's building southward, and it's trying to hook.
Okay, so that's the guy there north of Logan that we're watching.
So again, the highway north going
That's
northeast out of
54.
Logan, 54.
Looks like it's kind of
And
going
whatever
in this
coming-
direction.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so that puts places like, Narravisa is up here. It's a good place for it to cross the road, but if you're in rural interests north of Logan or back to the west of Narravisa, that's where we're watching the hail picking up. And if there's going to be rotation, that's going to. Let me take a look at that real quick. Here's velocity. Okay, nothing real impressive there for now. But bears watching for sure. Okay, reflectivity. Okay, coming back for Amarillo now. What did I do? There we go.
Raining downtown.
Yep.
Let's see, let's look up.
Okay, storm has made it into Amarillo. Non-severe, fortunately. Picking up a little bit there on I-40. I-40 in Soncy. It's coming in now, getting close to Coulter and.
Look at this.
Annabelle.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's what's right overhead. Let's take a look at that. And here we go. This is what Kevin and I are looking. That's from downtown right now. A little cloud base, not real organized, but it is dropping rain.
This is what we like. It doesn't hurt anybody, but it's beautiful.
Yeah.
So Dave and I get to geek out for a minute.
We're going to kind of pan that around there. That's kind of looking west. See the rain streaks right there. Coming back around to the northwest. That's pretty much due west. Sun setting behind the storm. And then northwest, got a little bit of an Arcus cloud there. That's kind of cool. So Amarillo kind of getting off easy with this. North half, I-40 north gets a little bit of rainfall, but without severe weather, at least so far. That's good news.
Mattis coming into the shot.
All right. Pretty cloud there, and this is what it looks like on radar. Yeah. So if you're in Amarillo, it's going to thunder a little bit, going to rain a little bit, but doesn't look too terribly bad. Okay, so right now we got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. We still have, I'm going to call it the Oklahoma Panhandle storm, and then the eastern New Mexico storm. Ironically, really, this, even though it's severe and it's heavy, it's outside of our viewing area because here's Quay County, kind of stair steps down. That's outside of our area, but it is coming down to the southeast. We're going to watch it if you're around Logan or Ute Lake because it is a hail threat. The one just inside, just off to the east of Narragansett, that's going to get into Hartley County. Trending down a little bit for the time being. That's good. So mainly heavy rain there, but it prolongs the hail, the flooding threat out that way. Our Oklahoma Panhandle storm, Highway 54. We got rain at Stratford, but non-severe. It's getting a little less intense at Texoma. It's Goodwell into Guyman now, up into Tyrone that we have significant storms there. So I'm going to leave that there. I'm going to actually try to get that camera from Guyman up. I don't know why I've had trouble there. Raining downtown, yes, we can see that. Okay, let's...
Well, you work on that. I will take over.
Okay.
I'm
free there.
very curious about this thing north of Logan. Come on. Well, why? Oh, that's because of that. Okay. It's not rotating yet, but we've got some hail in this cell northwest of Logan, New Mexico, just across the border. Let me get you a couple of features here. That's the Texas-New Mexico border. That's obviously Logan. There is some hail, brief hail, but could be, well, certainly bigger than nickel-size hail. What I'm interested in is the motion coming right down the highway. It's still northwest of Logan by a good bit. In fact, let's do a little measurement there. That's still about 15, 16 miles northwest of Logan, but it is strengthening a little bit. And it's something of an untapped area. We haven't had much rain there. Rain and hail, heavy rain, will sometimes try and stabilize the atmosphere. I don't recall that we've had much there, so there's not going to be too much to inhibit that development. And there's nothing to the south of it which would prevent inflow. I see a little bit of an outflow boundary right there that may indicate there's some slightly cooler air in here, but we want to watch this one very carefully to see if there's any rotation.
Let's see.
Which we'll put on there. Very chaotic looking. Now actually what we could do, that's the Amarillo radar, something called side lobe contamination happening there, making it look a little more chaotic, but let's look at it from the perspective of the Cannon Air Force Base radar. Okay. Yep, still want to watch that one. Let me come back to this. We're going to do something super geeky here. Here's reflectivity right here. Now we're going to show both that and velocity at the same time as soon as the computer catches up. Or not. Storm relative, let's try that. Okay.
Okay, let's try this.
So what we see here, this is the hook and the little inflow notch right there. And so on the red and green display, we see there's the potential for some broad rotation there. It doesn't look super strong, but right in there, I want to keep an eye on that for Logan, which is still, again, about 15 miles out, but you want to be paying attention. If you know anybody over there, if you're there watching us on the stream, that would be approaching Logan here. There's a new radar image, a little more of a pendant as opposed to a hook right now, which would suggest that maybe that outflow is taking over, meaning that it's stabilizing a little bit. All of that said, there's still some hail there northwest of Logan. And we'll come off of the dual display. Oh yeah, definitely on the Canon radar. That's the outflow boundary right there. North of that boundary is slightly cooler air, which should stabilize it a little bit, but that said, we still obviously have some hail where you see the purple. And there is a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm kind of surprised they haven't expanded that. I'll check the Albuquerque Weather Service chat here in a second, but that's the storm of choice as far as our viewing area, just northwest of Logan at this point in time. Let us switch back to the Amarillo radar, check up in toward Guyman Way, and north of there. Okay, that one has weakened a little bit. See the amount of purple? Let me go right in on it here. The amount of purple as that storm went through Goodwell. So it probably dropped some hail in Goodwell and along 54. But now we see much, much less of the purple, which is good news for Guyman, as that cell is still lifting on off to the northeast. So from your southwest, you're likely getting some rain picking up. There's easily some pea-sized hail, I think, in your future, but it's probably 10 to 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes at the outside away from areas of Guyman. Dave, what you working on?
Okay, I got Amarillo's. It just shows you what happens downtown.
Oh.
It's raining.
Yep.
So again, no hail or rotations or tornadoes, anything we have to be worried about in Amarillo, but we're getting some rain downtown. Back on radar here. I like the trend, Kevin. I mean, as far as overall intensity, we still got that guy out in New Mexico, just north of Logan, that's pushing to the south-southeast, loaded with lightning, obviously. And
oh yeah, there's an up spike right there, uptick in the hail spike. Right
yeah,
there.
it's a
well, it's fascinating too, because watch this. Let's go to Cannon, and you can see very clearly there's an outflow boundary.
Oh yeah,
that
okay, that sparked it, didn't it?
But it is fighting that cooler air that would be behind that boundary.
Dave Sheldon's trying to get a hold of him.
Okay, I must have lost battery or something here.
I let him know. 1 second, Sheldon.
Okay, he can head home if.
Okay, Sheldon, you can head on back if you're able.
Okay, let's see. How about now, Sheldon? Sorry about that. Oof.
All right, well, I think I'm actually going to switch back over to Max 1.
It would be a good one to get on. It's just too far out there. I think we'll probably start losing daylight by then.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
let's
we're
do
looking
that.
now, again, going to focus in on Logan. Oh, there's a new T-storm warning too, that orange box. North of Logan. That's that uptick.
All
in
right, safe
purple
travels.
is clearly a pretty big hail spike there. We still don't see any rotation with that storm, which is good. But the hail that would be coming into areas just north of Logan.
That's Ute Lake also. Ute, a lot of outdoor activity there,
Yes,
Kevin.
thank you.
And
Yeah, anybody that you know, anybody there that's enjoying an evening, there's a thunderstorm coming. We'll stop this real quickly and do a measurement and see if we can figure out how
that looks significant there. Let's see.
Okay, we're now about 10 miles northwest of Logan, and this thing, I think, there's little doubt that it is coming in. So that's our storm of choice right now. Still no rotation with it, but the potential for at least, I would think at this point, golf ball size hail. And that is not under the authority of the Amarillo Weather Service office. That would be the Albuquerque Weather Service office, and we can be in touch with them via the National Weather Service chat. So what I'm going to do now.
Yeah, I'm looking at Albuquerque, inch and a quarter, 60 mile an hour, but that may be upped a little bit.
Yeah. It's turning more into a little mini line, though, as opposed to that hook that we saw, which I think is good news, probably due to, in part, to that outflow boundary that we saw, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I think so. It's, it's going to hit some air that's not quite as favorable as it moves south. Kind of lining out, it looks like.
Yeah.
Definitely a hail concern, though, coming into Logan and Ute Lake. So.
Right. You still got about 10 miles, which is good 10 to 15 minutes, but that is definitely coming on.
Everything else is really coming down. That's good news. So once again, the overall trend is for decreasing intensity. That's good. Still a lot of rain, and there's a flood threat, and got that really one severe storm, that one up in the Oklahoma Panhandle. Kevin, you mind if I take this just for a second?
I'm sorry.
I was just going to take.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, you want me to go up there? I'm sorry.
No, I got it here, but I was going to say the activity up in the Oklahoma Panhandle winding down rapidly. I mean, it's really decreasing. That's good news. That leaves us with the one severe storm out into Mexico. The most severe part is just outside of our area, but about to come in, it looks like. Yep. I'm going to kind of come in closer to Logan. When I say Logan, keep in mind I also mean Ute Lake, which is near Logan right there. So that's our concern right now, is this belt of very heavy rain, and I'm going to say, you know, quarter to even occasional golf balls possible there. Yeah. Oh, okay. Interesting in the chat. You ought to read that, Kevin in Amarillo, just what you noticed a minute ago.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Anvil gusts. How about that? We don't talk about that very often.
No.
But, anyway, back to the radar here. If you're in Logan or around Ute or on Highway 54, you know, in the direction of Narragansett, very heavy rain and hail. We're hoping that weakens a little bit. It has time to do that because there's some cooler air off to the east. We'd like to see that weaken before it comes into Logan and Ute because it's definitely a hail threat. But not rotating. We don't have tornadic activity or anything going on there. But it's going to be interesting to see how that next round behaves as it comes down towards I-40 because if all that continues down to the south, that keeps rain chances alive from Amarillo back to the west, if nothing else.
Yeah.
Look at the lightning in there.
It's amazing. I was just looking at the velocity, too. This is kind of interesting. There's a little notch there. We mentioned that it's less of a hook feature, but now it's sort of a straight line. Let me just pause this for a minute and draw some things. Right in here, and then right here, there's a little notch, would almost suggest the potential for a gustnado, which is not a particularly strong rotation associated with a mesocyclone, but you get these little eddies across the leading edge of a gust front. That's when you sometimes see a shelf cloud coming
and pushes out
lower
ahead of the storm. Yeah.
That's right. So I'm suggesting maybe there's a little gustnado potential there. It's still northwest of Logan, but if you watch that, that's certainly possible. Let's go back to the reflectivity. Yeah. It certainly makes sense as a possibility.
Sure. All right, so friends in Logan and around Ute Lake, we're just kind of monitoring this. Kind of the last, for now anyway, severe storms we have. Hail threat, wind threat, certainly, and lightning. My goodness. The outflow boundary looks like it's kind of pushing out towards Logan there, so the wind will be picking up. And I think there's a good chance that at least the rain holds together to get there. Hopefully we get a little downward tick on the intensity because it's kind of the last of our hail producers, it looks like. Zooming out just to kind of make sure that I am truthful. Yeah, everything else really winding down rapidly. But, you know.
Something came through Lubbock, too.
Oh, gosh. Oh, yeah.
We have
Let's
friends
take a look
there.
down there. Let's change our radar also.
Up here.
How about that? Does that work? Yep. Okay, so we're in Lubbock's radar now. Okay. I think Lubbock might have gotten off easy on the hail, but out at Wolforth and heading down to Slide and Woodrow, that's a hail producer.
Yeah,
and there's a little notch. Look at that down there on the southern edge.
Oh, yeah.
West of Slide. We do have a lot of chasers down there. We've been watching their feeds. It's not really in our area, so we're really more concentrated on our area, but they've had some big ones down there in Lubbock's area as well. Okay, I'm going to come back to Amarillo. Okay, here's Amarillo again. Still a lot on the plate, but the trend has been good.
Yeah, most of this I don't think will be severe, so that's good there, but we'll just keep an eye on that Logan storm and see if anything develops.
All right, what about Amarillo? Are we going to get any more of that stuff? It's kind of going right down the river, it looks like.
Yeah, gave up.
To the north. I'm still kind of interested on the last back edge there, Kevin. I mean, we're kind of doing a MCS type stuff, and sometimes that helps them cluster and hold together longer.
Yeah, let's pan around. Oh, look, that looks like some hail trying to come out. A lot of this doesn't look like it's making the ground, though, does it?
No, maybe that anvil gust is drying it out.
I know, isn't that something? And then you start talking about anvil gusts, and then you start talking about heat bursts even.
Yeah.
A heat burst would be a big pool of cold air falling out of the anvil of a thunderstorm, but as it comes down and hits the ground, the compression will actually warm it, and you can get a little temperature rise on it.
And a lot of wind.
And a lot of wind.
Okay, yeah, still concentrated, and if you notice where I got the radar zeroed in on, that's Logan, and well, that baby's holding its own. It's not moving real fast, so there's hope that it trends down a little bit, but I don't know. If I was in Logan, I'd be preparing for a severe storm, wind, rain, and perhaps some hail, ton of lightning. I mean, that is one electrical storm. We see a lot of cloud ground lightning, and that's not letting up. So Logan and Ute Lake, and then up Highway 54. Again, technically, it's just outside of our viewing area, but Logan is certainly part of our family, as well as the lake, and then the Highway 54 up towards Narragansett.
Look at that thing expanding. I can argue with three-body spike starting there, too.
Okay, yeah, I see that. Definitely not trending down yet. So, folks in Logan right now, you're our main concern. You know, let's not underplay the flooding threat and the lightning threat for the rest of the area. I mean, it's been raining a long time out there in Hartley County. Channing, you still got moderate rainfall. For Amarillo, heavy rain leaving the east side of town, and that's it for now. Just don't know if we get any more stuff coming in from the west. We'll just have to wait and see.
Well, punch up the camera. Let me come back around, because there's pretty moisture-laden clouds west of downtown.
Okay, we're taking a look. We're coming off of downtown. That's due north. That's the rain up around the Canadian River. Neat. Oh, that's cool looking.
Yeah.
And then that goes all the way back into New Mexico to Logan that we're concentrating on now. So, yeah.
And if we project that Logan thing out, I mean, it's still, gosh, 45 minutes away from the highway, but it could get to the Interstate 40 corridor.
Yeah, here's what we're talking about. You know, if it kind of tracks down this way, you know, that puts it out. We'd have to watch from Adrian back to the state line.
Right.
Maybe even towards San Juan on I-40.
That hail core is amazing.
It really is. That's the real deal.
That's a Jim Livingston storm there. He's out ahead of that one taking pictures.
Let's see what Albuquerque's saying there. Quarter-size hail accumulating on the ground. That was south of Amistad. That's been a while ago.
Yeah, I think we need to scroll down.
About an hour ago, so take over there. Getting the latest reports. That hail continues to increase. So again, you know, being, well, anytime, but being basically summertime now, and a lot of activity out there at the lake and Logan. People need to be alert. I mean, if you know folks camping or whatever around the lake, and you got them on cell phone, put them on alert. They need to be out of campers, that's for sure. Need to be getting to better structures there in Logan or some other place.
Let's look at it from Albuquerque, too. I mean, from Cannon. Let's get a different perspective on that thing.
Okay, let's do. Yeah, this is a different radar from Cannon. You can see the boundaries that we've been talking about. Outflow boundary going through Logan. The initial boundary.
I can't believe the hail core that far back from that outflow boundary.
Yeah. Now, hopefully that starts to die down, but I tell you what, even if it does, it could really generate a lot of wind as it does that.
And then just west of Tucumcari, now you're talking landspout area, right?
That's right. If we were to get another cell on those boundary interactions,
just chaos.
That's when we can get some rotations. Don't see that happening yet, but something we'll definitely watch. Yeah. Wow. It's impressive.
Yeah, I think we're getting up toward baseballs there.
Could well be.
I think we're getting 70 dBZs, I think.
Yeah, the original warning was for 1.25 inch hail, so I mean that's $half size. But I think we might be overperforming on the hail side there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just one that we need to take seriously. Again, I'm going to draw out again if you're around Logan, although it looks like we may have put the brakes on there on that southern part.
Yeah.
Logan, remember the lake is actually back to the west of Logan, so that's a good trend. So we draw that out. Logan to a few miles northwest on Highway 54 is kind of ground zero. This guy might be trying to turn a little bit more east here.
Yeah, and to the east of it, we got a couple tiny little cells on the boundary.
True.
See the
Yeah,
names there?
just north of Adrian.
Not heavy, but
That's where they've been developing. Kind of new. Kind of new. For Amarillo, we've had a storm leave the area, but it wouldn't take much to get something to encroach from the northwest.
and that band in between Vega and Bishop Hills, that's what we just looked at the tower cam, that darkened area.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, in fact, we can see it punch up the, yeah.
Okay, we're coming back to Amarillo to take a look at
Right,
this.
is that right?
There we go.
I think that's it.
That's northwest, yeah. That's just north of Bishop Hills, just south of the river. And then we got new development back to the west. That's a neat looking shot right there. Okay, so Amarillo, just know we're on standby. Even if that were to develop, I kind of doubt we're going to reach some of the intensities that we've seen earlier. So here's the main show. I'm going to zoom out. Golly. This sky out north of Logan, it's has us in awe right now, the hail
It's a
potential.
beast, isn't it? Wow.
Not getting a lot of chatter on it, but you know, right now there's really not a lot out there, so probably not getting a lot of reports. Yeah, a little development there north of Adrian. We'll see if that holds together. You know, if we just kind of looking at the trend there, this whole thing is kind of moving this way.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be something to watch, but you know, as far back behind this boundary, whoops, that the hail continues to marvel, and the lightning is just prolific.
Mm. I am stunned that the DBZs come off
Yeah,
that thing right now.
that's, you know, we look at those purple colors in there north of Logan, and we start thinking about tennis balls and baseballs, and if nothing else, just a ton of smaller hail that can accumulate and cover roadways and whatnot.
Yeah, we can do, I'm talking to Logan, but let's see if we can get a little distance here. So the leading edge of that, now we're right at 10 miles out. And with that forward motion, I would say 15 to 20 minutes. Gonna be just north of Logan.
Yeah.
Now maybe 25.
Yeah, I hope it turns a little more to the east. We just don't know right now.
Yep.
You know, the last frame looks like it may want to do that, but
73.
yeah.
Well, and we should check since we're here. Check the velocity. Yeah, sustained wind for at least a couple minutes right behind the leading edge of the line to 40 miles per hour, if not higher.
Yeah, some inbound. That would be like a north wind for Logan. Okay, where is my mouse? Oh, I got it that one. Wow. Yeah.
All right, maybe we should come off of that, and that's the Canon.
Yeah, what else is going on
Let's
here?
check around Amarillo and northward. So, rain has picked up in intensity. I don't think there's too much hail, though.
That's just a good soaker.
To Hardesty, yep. So that's going to create some runoff areas. That will move eastward toward Turpin and continue on eastward. Probably, that's about an hour away at least from Beaver, I would say.
Yeah. Back to Stratford, that's picking up a little bit, but just heavy, steady rain there. There'll be lightning in there, but.
Let's check the east. The stuff that went through Wheeler and Shamrock has gone into the western portions of Oklahoma, so we are done with that. But we can check that little downpour that came through Amarillo. That's going to go right out 40. So Panhandle, your rain may pick up here in the next couple minutes. North of Claude, west of Groom, you get a little downburst and a couple of small. We had a couple of pea-sized hailstones reported in Amarillo. So that's the strength and the extent of what came through there. I don't really see any big strengthening trend.
Okay, picking up a little bit there, though, south of the river. Yeah, right there.
Out open, but that would go north of Bishop Hills. Whenever you see a strengthening,
southern edge there.
Go ahead. Oh yeah. Whenever you see strengthening like that, when you start to see more of the darker red and the purple, that's an indication that air, that storm still has some instability to work with, and so the air north of Bishop Hills is full of moisture. It hasn't been raked over or stabilized, and it's just going to feed into a thunderstorm there.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that for Amarillo. And then the guys north of Adrian, it's like
those are on the outflow boundary that we looked at.
So we don't know if we're going to get more development there coming east. You have to wait and see on that. And then coming back, gosh. Okay, let's see. Did we tweak that warning? No. Still a doozy there north of Logan.
Sure is.
It does look like we may have started that eastward turn.
That's
right here.
Big hail core, too.
Yeah. I promise folks in Logan, you don't want to tangle with this one or the lake.
Definitely not.
That'll be heading out towards Highway 54 soon and cross into our area. So imagine, let's see, yeah, we'll get a new warning on that, I would think, pretty soon.
Yeah, if you switch over to Max real quick, you can kind of see there was a spike there, and it's back down just a hair. But
oh yeah, I see that.
Let's go east. There's a new updraft there that we talked about a minute ago. Of Adrian. And south of Valley d'Oro.
Picking up there, looks like between or just north of Adrian.
Yeah.
More lightning.
So,
yeah, outflow boundary, yeah.
Yep. And travel in between Masterson and Amarillo. You're going to get a brief little blast of hail in the next 10 to 15 minutes and a heavy downpour there as well.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting quite a bit of new development there near that boundary. Let me come back to a couple things we're looking at here. So north of Adrian, out here, Oldham County, that is near the river. So there's fire there. These are picking up on this outflow boundary right here. So we may have a little more development to watch as that picks up out there to the west. But certainly our main concern is what's going on just north of Logan. About to move into Quay County, severe thunderstorm. Yikes, hail potential is huge in there. So going to be a close call for the lake and Logan. The last image or two, a little more promising. I think it's turning a little more east. That would be good, but Highway 54 here between Logan and Aravisa could get blasted big time with hail and wind. Sure.
Here in the Amarillo chat, they're commenting on these little downbursts, these little microbursts.
Yeah.
Just as we were talking about, a layer of dry air underneath that anvil, causing these to the rain to dry up, but these to accelerate a little bit and really cause some strong gusty winds. Had a gust of 62 at Dumas.
Wow, okay. Yeah, if you look up there at Dumas, I mean, the rain doesn't look all that impressive, but you get that, the bursts of wind coming from above.
Yeah, that makes a good point, because these are sneaky, right? You don't hear a lot of rain, you don't hear a lot of thunder and lightning, but all of a sudden you get this blast of wind, and so that's going to remain possible anywhere under these anvils, especially north of Amarillo.
And that lightning, can come out of nowhere too. For Amarillo earlier, we had a lot of lightning in town. even cloud to ground strikes when the rain wasn't even anywhere close to us. You know, probably 20 miles away. So, okay, I'm going to go up to the north here, see what's happening. Yeah, that's definitely picking up there.
again.
Eastern part of Texas County, Hardesty up to Hooker. Mainly heavy rain, but a lot of it, and that's where we have a lot of lightning, and the wind can pick up there also. Building east a little bit into Beaver County. Okay, then we pick up this little batch Oldham County into Potter County. We don't have warnings there, but lightning picking up certainly. Rain picking up, maybe some small hail. And then we got the Logan storm. Keep waiting on an update on that guy, but not seen it yet.
And there's, I can't remember it's a 3-body spike that goes off to the perpendicular. I can't remember what it's called.
3-body spike, 3-body scatter. Right?
But usually they would go backwards. But that one's
depends
perpendicular to the radar.
Are we on Amarillo?
Yeah, isn't that something?
Okay.
Well, what were Dave and I were talking about, this little thing right here.
Yeah.
The radar beam goes out to the cell, and some of the energy bounces downward off of the hailstones, and then it bounces off of the ground and then back up again to the hailstones and back to the radar, and it creates that little spike right in there.
Yeah, but the fact that it's pointed
I know, and there's
weird.
some perpendicular thing. I can't remember what it's called. I have to pick out my textbooks, find that out. Let's go see what it looks like on Canon.
Okay, while you're looking at that, Kevin, I'm going to point out for folks here in Amarillo, gorgeous looking sky. I mean, it's kind of a shelf there to our north. We have, you know, developing stuff. We've been saying close to the Canadian River. It's not severe, but on the other hand, it's starting to kind of increase with the number of cells out there. And, you know, if it congeals, we might see a little more activity towards us. Okay, back on what you got there, Kevin.
Yeah, we're about 6 miles now from Logan, and suggesting maybe it's accelerated a little bit. So,
okay.
Logan to the north and northwest along Highway 54.
I'm just mindful. Do you have a TV cut-in coming in? Or?
No.
Okay. So, yeah, we're just down to kind of a couple of pockets of severe weather. All right, Logan, close call, looks like, on the hail. Oh, I'd like to see that turn east just a little bit more. It's just too close to call right there.
Nope. But
the good news is that's not really a big rotating supercell with tornadic potential, at least not right now.
Right.
You know, it's back behind its own outflow boundary.
Which is amazing.
Yeah.
It is maintained itself this
Often
long.
that's, you know, a sign that's going to weaken. This one doesn't want to do that.
No.
And then, yeah, Oldham County's starting to fill up there. May even hint at maybe new, at least cloud material near Logan. If we got a new updraft, it would seal the deal there for Logan, but.
Yeah. Yeah, they're certainly hearing the thunder at this point.
Yeah.
Well, the good news is it sure doesn't want to rotate, so that's nice. Are we to the point of wrapping?
You know,
unless it gets to the highway?
Yeah, why don't we, you know, for folks in Logan that, you know, if they're looking for information and they're on us, let's see what's going to happen there maybe another 5 or 10 minutes. Get another sweep or two.
Yeah, good luck, or good idea.
Yeah. And it is interesting that Oldham County's filling in here.
Mm-hmm. You're still on Canon, just so you know.
Okay, yeah. Let's go over to Amarillo. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so earlier, you know, we had a few tornado warnings. We haven't had those in a while, and that's always a good trend. And really, I think it'd be unlikely that we had those for the duration of this event. But on the other hand, we're still tracking some heavy rain and some flood potential and some hail potential. There's some activity just around the Canadian River and just south of there, it looks like, north of Vega, well north of I-40. But if it digs south a little bit, it's going to put it down, you know, closer to the metro area. More storms developing in Oldham County, mainly heading off to the east. And then we got that one guy down around Logan, New Mexico, that just won't give it up. And it's very strong, by the way. We change over to, yeah. Up, it does look like we got, yeah, new updraft. Chances are better that you're going to get at least some rain in Logan. I don't know what that hail is going to do. It's mainly heading southeast, which is good. That's going to keep it north of the lake. Let's just make sure that's not going to develop further. They got that new development there. And
sure enough.
We were wondering about that. Now, if it intensifies rapidly, that's going to increase the threat for Logan, but I still think most of that hail will go north.
Yep. And that one further east, that's peaked north of Adrian.
Yep.
A little spike there, north of Adrian.
Now, one thing to mention, those developing behind that outflow boundary, which continues to work south of I-40. So
yes,
if that trend continues, if we get new development south of that outflow boundary, that might increase rain chances for more of the area, including Amarillo.
It really is. You hit it on the head. You said, what do you call it, a non-traditional day?
Yeah,
something like that.
Unorthodox day.
Unorthodox day. Because look at that boundary going, and you'd think there'd be some stabilization behind that.
Yeah. Well, it's got a more interesting shape to it there north of Logan, but that's a whopper.
Really fast.
Haven't had any actual hail reports from that, you know. As I mentioned, you know, it's kind of sparsely populated out there.
Yep.
We might not have been getting reports.
Leading edge is now about 4 miles northwest of Logan.
Okay.
And so 4 to 5 miles west of the highway, that's 54. Oops, that's 54 there. So we're talking 4 miles or so. So travel in toward Logan, 54, not a good idea. Out of Logan, 54, not a good idea. That would be, when that goes across the highway, that's going to be a long stretch of hail.
That'll be a mess.
That's the kind where the highway turns white.
Yes. Okay. Okay, I'm just kind of fishing around for reports and stuff here now. Okay.
All right, I'm going to go back to Amarillo radar, see what we see.
Yeah, let's see what's brewing here.
Very heavy rain, Hardesty to Hooker.
Yeah, I mean, that can add up fast with reflectivity like that.
Reminder for anybody who's maybe coming in late, that especially if we get closer to dark, that runoff's going to continue. Even if it's not raining, that runoff's going to continue, and you never know what it's going to do to that roadway there.
Right. Plenty of rain there, and lightning too.
Yep.
But that's the main threats up that way. What else is happening here? Coming south a little bit. Man, I'm jealous for Stratford to Texoma. That's the good stuff there. Just
good solid rain.
Just solid rain without the hail. Starting to get moderate rain at Spearman.
Yeah, back up to Texoma, the little wind.
Yeah, get a little windy up there.
Just coming out of these anvils.
Yeah, look, that's
these
not
little downbursts.
I mean, where would that? That's just coming from above.
Yeah.
Windy from Texoma to Goodwill. Okay, there's the stuff just north of Amarillo. Looks like it's staying there. Any deviation southward would have our interest, though.
Mm-hmm.
We are getting a little new development on that outflow boundary.
Check on Lubbock again, I suppose.
Yeah, okay. Oh, oh Logan. Let me go to Cannon here. Man, that's a close call on the hail.
And now suggesting a little notch. That's pretty far north of the pendant, but
there's our bus. Okay, let's check on Lubbock down that way. Getting better for the city, that's for sure.
Oh
my goodness, down at Wilson. Man, that's some hail. You know, I'm kind of glad none of that went over my house today. Coming back to Amarillo. Okay. Yeah, I think we probably start wrapping our stream. Where's okay, Andy? You want to notify them that we're going to wind down our continuous stream.
I got you.
So if you've been following along with us or looking for information with things kind of winding down, that one big storm out of Logan, Kevin's still going to be here and pop onto TV if we need to.
Yeah, if that thing, if that thing makes it to Adrian or Interstate 40 or Vega, we will certainly break in and let people know.
Okay. Very good. Okay. Well, as always, you know, it's storm season, and anytime we get into an event like this is what we'll do is give you a continuous stream and then work in TV, or you can always find us on Facebook or our YouTube channel.
And do join us at 10. We talked in the 6 o'clock news, you know, the graph model, the model from our vendor, the graph model, has developed a north to south line of thunderstorms for late tomorrow afternoon into tomorrow evening that just sweeps from west to east across the Panhandle, which we really didn't see on any of the models for Wednesday. It looked like a quieter day with maybe just a handful of storms. But when one model turns, you look to the other ones and see if they're going to follow. And so we'll have a little bit better feel about that for 10 o'clock. And then, of course, we would want you to join us in the morning for the morning news. I guess Sheldon will be back in for that one, because if the other models catch up to that, that looked like a pretty vicious line of storms.
And, you know, we've been in a first alert situation today. Earlier we thought, well, tomorrow with it trending down, we might not be first alert. But like Kevin said, if there's indications that it's going to ramp back up tomorrow, we're going right back into a first alert. So just know that that's a likelihood. Okay, well, thanks for joining us. And we're going to shut her down for now. Just keep the TV on, keep your weather radio on, and if things unexpectedly ramp back up, we'll be on it. Otherwise, join us tomorrow for information.